Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the study session of March 9th, 2023 to order. I'd also like to thank our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us this afternoon. We live stream our meetings, and the link for that live stream can be found on the district's website. Roll call, please. Ms. Sabata. Here. 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 Sorry. I just realized I'm screaming into the void. All right, we'll begin with our study session. The first portion of the study session today is reserved for the board to study the 22-23 second quarter financial report. Consistent with statutory requirements, the district prepares and publishes quarterly financial reports that are interim and unaudited financial statements for review. Before we hand this over to Ms. Copeland, Superintendent Derlin, is there anything you would like to add? All right, we will turn it over to Ms. Copeland and friends.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, board members. Good to see you. My name is Brenna Copeland. I'm the Chief Financial Officer here in the district, and I'll let Christy introduce herself, and then I'll have a couple opening comments.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Christy Moss. I'm the controller, and looking forward to talking with you this afternoon.
Unfortunately, Drew's going to give you the...
Drew will harass you with this.
You have to be super close. One more time.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Christy Moss. I'm the controller, and I'm looking forward to talking with you this afternoon about our second quarter results.
Awesome. And while I'm doing the opening comments, Drew, I love our actual quarterly report, but we are hoping to present the slides. Do you have the slides? Do we need to get you the slides? I apologize if you don't have them. While we were looking, and Drew, sorry, that is our bad. We should have, where are the slides?
I think that's the only thing that's in board docs currently.
100% our mistake. So could we have just 2 minutes before we proceed to see about grabbing those?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. So I think we have sleuthed what happened since we split an agenda item into 2 parts. One attachment stayed with one part, and one attachment traveled with the new part. So these are our slides, which are now part of, I don't know what the exact number is, agenda item 6.02 or something like that, of the regular meeting, which was going to be a combined Q2 report along with the Financial Oversight Committee dialogue. We will still do that FOC dialogue as part of your regular meeting, but we're going to go ahead and do the Q2 as part of this study session. So thank you so much, Drew. And then just opening comments, a little bit of context on our Q2. It is a helpful quarterly report. It is a full 6 months. And as you all know, the first 3 months in a school district tend to be, we tend to lag what would be benchmark spending. The 6th month is kind of our last quarterly before we're genuinely building next year's budget. So it's a chance to eyeball whether this year's budget seems to be tracking to this year's spending. I do want to caveat that with we do, over the course of the year, largely cash accounting. We do accruals at the end of the year to comply with GAAP as part of our financial audit. But what that means is that sometimes the timing of expenditures can vary year over year and produce something that looks like a variance, but it's not actually material. It has to do with when an invoice was paid one year versus next year. That doesn't as much apply to our personnel, of course. So we do pay attention to our personnel trends, things like utilities, which are a little more predictable year over year in terms of the timing of spend. It's kind of a valid comparison that year over year. But when it comes to supplies and materials and contracted services, the year over year creates some noise. So I just wanted to highlight that. And with that, I'll turn it over to Christy.
Well, good afternoon again. All right, so again, this is the just the overview and some highlights. We won't touch on absolutely everything here, but the full report has been loaded to the transparency site, and you guys have all been provided a copy of that as well. So if you have additional questions, we're always happy to answer those. All right. All right, so going into the second quarter, again, this is unaudited, and this takes us through December 31st of 2022. And expenditure rates, again, can vary over the course of the year. But the second quarter, right now, what you're going to see is everything is running a little bit lower than the 50% in several categories, but we are still trending towards that 100% for year end. The year-over-year comparison confirms that the overall expenditures are trending higher, really than expected, given the compensation, or as expected, sorry, as the compensation increases that were negotiated previously. And so you'll see those as we go forward. This is our amended budget summary by fund here. And this is prior to the most recent revised budget that took place in January. So this is what is current as of December 31st here. You'll see the general fund, of course, is our largest at $885 million for our expenditures planned. This slide is our year-over-year comparison, and so looking at FY23 actuals versus FY22, and what you'll see on the left-hand side is our budget, and so you'll see the full year budget in blue, you'll see the current year actuals in the orange, and then the gray is the prior year at the same period in time. Then on the right-hand side, you'll see the expenditure, budgeted expenditures. And so what you'll see here, there's a little yellow dot in there. That's the 50% benchmark. Right now, quarter two, we're at 48% revenue. And we'll see that start to tick up now that we are getting into 28% revenue. And that's because of the timing of the property tax revenues. So we'll see those come in here in March. We should have an idea of those hopefully in the next couple of days as to what that March payment will look like for us. And then state ownership tax is down right now, so that's affecting some of the revenue as well. And that is based off of when folks are buying their cars. So evidently everyone is sticking with their four-wheel drive since winter is going on forever. Moving forward, quarter two revenue, $8 million lower than expected in the grant fund. And this is timing of the ESSER 3 reimbursement that we had. So we've seen that come in since this chart was prepared, but we were running low at the point in time of this. And expenses were $27 million for the full year budget, $2 million higher than prior year to date. Campus activity, this will start to tick up as we move through the year. Of course, the first quarter includes our summer months, so that's always a little bit lower and drags these numbers down. But we're starting to see these increase. And as well as the expense side will start to go up. We're at 37% right now for our full budget, and it's slightly higher than prior year to date. And then in our food service fund, we are for revenue above the 50% benchmark and lower than prior year to date. For our expenses, we're hitting closer to that 50% benchmark, slightly higher than the prior year. And what what came out of the end of year audit is that Food and Nutrition Services does need to spend down some of their fund balance. They're currently maintaining a higher average than what's expected, what's allowable per federal guidelines. So they are working on developing their spend down plan. Some of this will help with that since the USDA did not continue the waiver for the students to eat free this year. And full reimbursement of meals for USDA did not extend to FY23. As a result of that, of course, less meals are being served, but the fund balance will be utilized if this trend continues. And end of year, we're projected at about $11 million for the end of year fund balance on this one. In our transportation fund, Q2 is at 79% versus for FY22 versus 68% for FY23 in revenue. Student bus fees are driving this number since we are not collecting those student bus fees this year. Showing a net profit for Q2 of $2.9 million versus a net income of $4.7 for the same time period in FY22. And some salary savings are reflected in these numbers due to bus driver shortages that are still ongoing. I think that is our highlight.
Great, thank you. So just wanted to share a couple more comments about what we saw bear out. And these, I will actually be referring to the posted full report that is available on the Financial Transparency website and that is attached to our agenda item, but no need to flip over. We can stay with the slides. So I did, when I look at page 4 of the actual report and the top of the page says general fund revenues, I wanted to do just a quick commentary there. We see that current year is that first column. Our property taxes are low, $2 million. We expect to collect much more. That will happen now. But actually in the prior year, we had a negative number, and that reflects effectively some abatements that are processed on a year-over-year basis. So that's how that would actually work. The state of Colorado revenues are up. They were up about 10% on a year-over-year basis. That is what we were expecting. Specific ownership tax, as Christy mentioned, is trending a little bit down. That's usually pretty predictable, and so it's not necessarily a timing issue. And I did want to point out that based on this trend here, we are adjusting our revenue projection for next year, which will be part of next year's budget for our specific ownership tax. So when I do bring forward greater detail on revenue for next year, you'll hear us talk again about specific ownership tax. But it was something that we had already noticed by the time we brought the January revised budget. And so we did factor in a lower expected amount for specific ownership tax as part of the January revised budget. So we don't think it'll present a problem for the district. We've already kind of right-sized to that. The other variance I wanted to point out here, which is a positive variance and is one that we spoke about in January, is the interest revenue. And you'll note that in the first 6 months, we received approximately $5 million in interest revenue compared to the prior year, where we had negative 91, which was just meaning that our fees at that point in time exceeded any interest, which was basically zero. And so again, I draw attention to that in part because as we look at this year's actuals and we really try and start to think about next year, we want to make a both reasonable but semi-conservative projection on interest revenue. So when we do come forward with budgeted revenue, we will be generally extrapolating approximately about 4%. We're actually earning slightly higher than that at the moment. But when we think about the full 12 months of next year, we'll talk you through it at the time, but we think 4% is maybe the right average interest to forecast for next year. And then, of course, we also have to average our cash balance to figure out, okay, apply that to what? And our cash balance varies over the course of the year. So we'll talk more about that at the time, but we are going to land on an interest revenue projection most likely in the neighborhood of 10 or 11 million, which effectively doubles this year's first 6-month actual. But again, I will provide some more detail then. But that's the type of information that we can start to glean from this Q2 report that helps support some of our budgeting work ahead of us. So that was that page, just a couple quick highlights there. I also wanted to mention in that same vein on page 6. So page 6 is titled General Fund Expenditures by Type. And the types, so we've broken it out: salaries, benefits, purchase service, materials, and supplies. So I wanted to just draw attention to the comments over in the purchase service line, where we see that on a year-over-year basis, which is what we're comparing to here, utilities were up $1.7 million for the first 6 months of our current fiscal year compared to the first 6 months of the prior fiscal year. Likewise, natural gas and propane were up about $500,000. So because those are semi-predictable and the months are similar, as opposed to some of our materials purchases, which can vary based on timing, that is a legit variance, and it is a variance we've been tracking this year, and we had recommended as part of this year's budget adoption that we assign approximately $1 million of our reserves towards a potential overspend in utilities, and we are tracking that. And when we adopted the January revision, we made sure to highlight that as well. That will trend into next year. And so another thing that will come forward in the budgeting process is a effectively mandatory increase in the budget for utilities, which does show up as a purchase service. So I just wanted to flag that so that you see where it's rooted in our actuals and the way that our year-to-date actuals are trending compared to the prior year. And lastly, I wanted to give a tiny bit more context to food and nutrition services, and then I promise I'll let you ask questions. There's plenty of time, hopefully, for questions, because I do think this will also play out a little bit in our budget cycle. So if in the actual full report, it's labeled page 18 in the PDF file. It might be 19 because I don't think we numbered our first page, which is the cover page. But nonetheless, it's called Food Services for the quarter ending December 31st. So you are seeing here that even in the first 6 months of actuals, there is that $1.1 million in loss from operations. You see that there? Yes. And so what that means, of course, is that revenue is a little bit lower than our expenditures. Now, Food Nutrition Services was asked to submit a plan about spending down that fund balance, and that guideline really comes from the federal government, since the majority of the funding here is related to the school lunch program. The federal government very reasonably expects that we're not going to stockpile funds, that is their reimbursement to us for the meals served, that we're actually deploying those funds towards food and serving the food. And so our executive director of Food Nutrition Services has submitted a plan, and we do intend and always had intentionally intended to spend down a portion of this fund balance this year. So the plan she submitted is effectively this year's budget, which was always constructed to spend down a portion of this fund balance. So I just wanted to highlight that. We are seeing it happen in the actuals. That's actually effectively good news. And then, of course, next year will be the first year of the Colorado new program, which will reimburse the district for our paid meals, what would have normally qualified as paid, which are students who do not qualify for either free or reduced. The state will now provide us a reimbursement. Of course, we do need to still participate in the National School Lunch Program. We absolutely strongly encourage all our families to continue to submit those applications. That'll be very, very important for us. So we will do everything we can to keep collecting those free and reduced lunch applications from our families. But nonetheless, the financials for this fund will look different next year due to the Colorado program. So we are not concerned about this 1 year spend down of reserves because of that incoming new revenue next year. So I just wanted to mention that context as well. And with that, we're happy to entertain questions.
Great, thank you both very much. Board members, is there anyone that wants to start us off with questions, comments for our friends? Yeah, Director Reed.
Just a really quick question. How are we going to get folks to do those federal free and reduced lunch applications? And if we don't get them as accurately as we should, is there a consequence to us financially?
That's a great question. And I have met and discussed this a couple of times. You know, our Executive Director of Food Nutrition Services, Beth Wallace, is a very experienced leader in food nutrition services. We're delighted to have her in the district. We have already started a sort of communications campaign to make sure families know not only is that application beneficial to the district in terms of managing our lunch program, it's beneficial to our families who might qualify for other types of fee forgiveness. So we do assess other fees in the district. And by completing that application, if you do qualify, if you do meet the income thresholds, we have a standard practice of forgiving various student fees. So we do think there's still an incentive to our families to participate and submit those forms, and that's an incentive we will continue to publish and publicize and make sure that the word is out that it's still a valuable thing to complete.
Great. Do you have any questions, Director Parker? Great.
Getting back to the slides presentation on slide 6, the grant. Let's see. And I have to apologize because I think I was still trying to find, catching up with what you were talking about and what I was looking at. So it looks like always the grant revenue is low at this time, or I mean, that's not unusual. So my question really is, do grants come in late in the year? Is that just the way things always happen?
Yes, we do a closeout process for the grants depending on whether they're state or federal. So typically those happen later in the summer to even September. So then we're forming our reimbursements. Those get submitted first of the year. They might come in December, January timeframe. So it's based on that reimbursement of those expenditures after we do that end of year reconciliation process for them.
So we're just looking for reimbursements of grants that we've already really got. We know we're going to get the money. It's just not going to show yet.
Correct. We have the award of the grant, but then we accumulate those expenses and submit those expenses for reimbursement.
And then as far as projections, which are not really on this slide, how do we handle projected revenue from grants? Are there just pretty much standard ones that we get every year, or are there always new ones that we are looking for?
The smaller grants are pretty minimal, really, when compared to just the magnitude of the district as a whole, and even the grant fund. So we see a lot of newer ones coming along that are small dollars, but the big grants are pretty typically stay about the same.
Okay. And then as far as the property taxes, I know that the assessments went up astronomically, so there's all this news about, wow, homeowners are just that's too much for them to handle at one shot. So the legislature is looking for some means of alleviating that. Is that, whatever the legislature does, if they really do say, whoa, we'll put the brakes on it for some amount of time, how do you think they're going to do it? Is it going to impact us, or just put us in a pause, but we'll catch up faster?
So also an excellent question for Ed when you next talk to him, which I believe will be tonight. There are a couple different measures related to property tax under consideration this session, including one that has recently come to my attention. So they can impact us in different ways. In the end, we have two protections. One is our total program is defined on a per student level and by student count. And a portion of that is local property tax, and a portion of that is state. And whether, the specific dollar amount collected for those base mills, if it goes down, it doesn't actually change our total program revenue, right? our mill levy overrides are fixed dollar primarily, and there's one inflation adjusted. So when we go to certify those, we certify the appropriate number of mills to reach the fixed dollar. So even if assessed value changes and or taxation rate changes, that doesn't actually impact our override, because we're saying to Jefferson County, here's the number of mills to assess to reach the dollar amount approved by voters. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess I'm still trying to get a handle on it. I know so much in life is good news, bad news. So the good news is, your property's worth twice what it was last year, and yay, the school district and everybody else is going to benefit from all these extra taxes. But the bad news is, well, the homeowners are not happy, and then the legislature says, okay, we're going to help you. So I am, I guess another part of my question is do you foresee a time where we will get to the place where property tax revenue really is really much higher than we've had historically, and that'll be really good for us, or is it just going to wash out, as you were kind of saying?
So again, all these pieces are interconnected. So the degree to which local contribution has increased over time statewide has actually enabled the state to stretch their dollars further. So the state's projected buy down of the budget stabilization factor, those funds are available in part because local share has increased statewide. And so again, it always benefits K-12 writ large. Mm-hmm. When our property tax collections hopefully, keep pace with inflation and the costs that we all experience in K-12. That being said, it's hard to draw the exact precise numeric through line to Jefferson County, but I do think it is beneficial. I certainly don't want to suggest that there's no negative impact to K-12 when property taxes decline, because there is, honestly.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, and I have one more. Pondering. The other one I had was on the interest revenue, and actually, I can't remember where that slide was, or there's part of the report.
I did reference some figures from the report for interest that was on page 5 of the PDF.
Page 5?
Of the whole.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it was the same. And when we have interest, this is general fund revenue interest. And so let's say the bond money, the interest that we make on those things, they are not reflected on this page? In this
Correct.
number? Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, so I have a couple more questions. So you mentioned at the beginning that the systems kind of switches from cash to accrual kind of mid-year. Can you just talk about is that a sort of general standard of best practice for large organizations or school districts, and kind of the purpose of that? Yeah.
The purpose is like a metaphysical question I may not be able to answer, but I'll share a little bit, and obviously, Christy, if you want to jump in. The point at which we do accruals is actually year end, and that's part of the audit preparation. And so the generally accepted accounting principles you often hear referred to as GAAP, is what guides a lot of our work at year end. Then there's also a set of Governmental Accounting Standards Boards, or GASB, pronouncements that impact how we do our year-end preparation. And so we do what's called a modified accrual at year-end to accrue certain expenditures. And there was a switch that happened, and a lot of this is governed by state statute, effectively how K-12 has to implement this. And you kind of see it referenced in our policies. I think it was like 2012 or something, where we changed a budget presentation at year-end. And so these things have evolved over time. Point being, in layman's term, at the end of the year, we accrue certain expenses, and we also, therefore, do accruals on some of our revenue We talked a little bit about that and when we were talking about our audit results. So we will accrue salary expenses. We will sort of look at point in time what purchase orders are out. Those are the types of things that, create encumbrances that carry. But then effectively, when we start the new fiscal year, a lot of that gets reversed. And then we go back to cash accounting, which is, we reverse those entries, but then we actually pay the people. So they're kind of offsetting, right? But you're trying as that moment in time to say, what are our remaining obligations from this fiscal year's activity that we need to go ahead and recognize this expense to make sure we're showing a full picture. So it's really just at year end that we do that work.
Yeah, my brain was trying to figure out how you flip systems like that are very large. So that's helpful. And then can you remind us what all is included in the enterprise fund?
Yeah, so there are actually multiple funds in the enterprise fund because it would be too easy if there was a one-to-one. So hang on just a second. It helps me sometimes because I'll forget. Childcare, page 21. So page 21 of our quarterly has a little summary page called Enterprise Funds. And that includes our child care fund. And within the child care fund, that's both preschool and centrally managed school age enrichment, or we sometimes refer to it as SAE. In my former life, we called it before and after care. It includes one school's before and after care program. And then it also includes our property management fund, which is really just the fund through which when we lease out our sites for some site use fee, we collect that into the property management fund, and then those funds become available typically to our schools to use. So it's not, though it's titled property management, it is not the fund out of which we actually manage our properties, if that makes any sense.
I was trying to find what is the common thread for those to be captured in one fund group? I still don't know if I got it.
They're kind of businessy. You think of enterprise as it's a business that interacts with the public and has unique revenue sources, if you will, that are largely fee-based. Does that make sense? Enterprise.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of it. Yeah, is it it's a revenue, right? It's supposed to be sort of self-sustaining-ish. Is it?
Yeah, and it's an interesting question, right? Where do you draw the line? And honestly, I'll be interested to talk to our auditor whether UPK is kind of changing the dynamics of whether that's a true enterprise fund anymore, because so much of the funding burden is now on the government. But nonetheless, yes, it's businessy.
Businessy, great. My last is just a request, and I'm wondering, and this is outside of your scope, but since we were talking about transportation services, I'm wondering if we can get an update to the board around our current bus driver. I was trying not to say shortage, but
sure.
Since you mentioned that some of those savings for unfilled positions are not a great thing, even though they lead to savings, and I'm just curious where we're at for right now in this semester.
Sure. I would potentially draw your attention to one other spot in the quarterly report where we do try and report on vacancies in a number of our different position categories. And here, because it's not actually numbered here, I have no idea what page it is. Tiny, tiny font. It would be Appendix A. So it's probably somewhere in the 30s. Is that right? I don't know. So it's broken out by unit. We can go by support unit, and I actually believe transportation. No, not seeing it. Where is it? I feel like it should be here somewhere, but I'm not seeing it. But it also might
it's
be
fine to follow up later. Yeah, it's okay. I didn't want to.
Oh, it's on its own fund. Pardon me. I'm flipping to the next page.
It's like page 33, 34.
Here we go. So transportation fund, in support staff, for the 22 year was budgeted at 316.33 FTE. And the actuals as of December 31st, and by the way, these numbers move all the time. As of December 31st, there were 42.34 FTE vacancies, and that's full-time equivalent, so that doesn't necessarily relate to humans on a one-to-one basis. So that's where we were at that moment. But I do, again, I would say this number moves quite a bit, but we're happy to bring you an additional update.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Board members, is there anything else that has emerged in the last few minutes? Questions or comments? Superintendent Derlin, anything else you want to add before we close up? Wonderful. Thank you all so much for coming.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll see you again soon. It is the spring. Okay, I think we're going to take just a quick break to get ready for our general meeting to begin, and then we will be back to begin with our regular agenda. Thank you.
Just tell people we were taking a break.
Great. Okay, I can talk super slowly and we'll do lots of banter. All right, I'd like to call the regular board meeting of March 9th, 2023 to order. Perfect. I'd again like to thank our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for being able to translate for our meeting this afternoon. You can find that link for live stream on the district's website. If you all would please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Is there a motion to approve tonight's meeting agenda?
I move to approve tonight's agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Great. It has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for the board meeting of March 9th, 2023 is presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Miller,
Yes.
Ms. Parker,
Here.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
Ms. Schooley,
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
All right. The agenda has been approved. Okay, so every month, the Board of Education has the distinct pleasure of recognizing students, staff, community members, and our schools for their achievements and contributions to our community. Additionally, the board publicly recognizes special events and significant issues by issuing proclamations. In the month of March, we are commemorating the following: Women's History Month, National School Social Worker Week, Read Across America Day, Art, Music, and Theater Appreciation in Schools Month, and National School Breakfast Week. We encourage you to read the Jeffco School Board's proclamations, which can be found as part of the consent agenda and board docs, and I believe they are listed on our website as well for some light reading. We will now move in to honors and recognitions. And what I'm going to do is ask if you can grab that folder that's right next to you. And we will begin with the first recognition of the afternoon. Thank you, Director Reed. I'm so sorry. Let me just check and make sure. Do we have folk? I don't want to read a proclamation and then you're not here to be able to experience it. Okay. Wonderful. Well, then take it away, Director Reed.
For the first celebration of the evening, the Board of Education is pleased to celebrate Arvada High School for a year-over-year increase in its graduation rate. Shannon Vigel, Principal, Jasmine Silverman, Assistant Principal, Hannah Duran, Instructional Coach, and Mike Beckwith, Dean of Students, please make your way to the front of the room to receive the Jeffco Thrives Award. Jeffco Public Schools 2022 on-time graduation rates outpace state averages. Tonight, we are recognizing Arvada High School for its standout 11 percentage point year-over-year graduation rate increase. This achievement was a focus of the entire school. Students and staff worked together to create a culture of learning and to increase collective efficacy among the staff. Together, the community has created a school within a school to specifically address credit deficiencies called empowerment. This program empowers students to be leaders of their own learning and has led to 95% of Arvada High School seniors graduating. Please join us. Please join us in recognizing the dedicated efforts of the staff and educators at Arvada High School for their commitment to instructional excellence and extraordinary student experiences that lay the foundation of support needed to graduate and prepare our students for a successful future. Yay!
For the next award and recognition, I turn it over to Director Miller.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. For our next celebration of the evening, the Board of Education is pleased to recognize two students from Carmody Middle School. Kaylee Madrid. You guys can join us up front if you want. We can talk about you. Kaylee Madrid and Isabel Farrell, both winners of the 10th Annual Middle School Playwriting Contest through the Denver Center for Performing Arts for Our Learners. Our future recognition. Kaylee and Isabel, please come to the front of the boardroom. One's coming, two's coming. Yay! Come on down. Come on up, come on up. The playwriting project began when Maria Yost, the theater arts teacher at the Carmody, championed learning and engagement through a collaboration with the Denver Center for Performing Arts Education to bring free playwriting workshops to Carmody. Ms. Yost taught a 3-week playwriting unit where students were encouraged to write plays for submission to the Denver Center for Performing Arts playwriting competition. 15 Carmody students submitted a play to the contest. That's awesome. Congratulations to Carmody Middle School. Good job. Judges chose 3 winning playwrights from the middle school submissions. 2 of the winning students selected are 8th graders from Carmody. Kaylee was selected for her play, Wedding March. The theme of Kaylee's submission was about a young woman torn between her family's expectations and being with her true love. Isabel's play, Day of the Dead Sisters, about twin sisters who passed away in a car accident and realized the importance of family on Dia de los Muertos, or Day of the Dead, was also selected. Kaylee and Isabel will have their final scripts posted and included within the Denver Center for Performing Arts printed playwriting anthology. They will each be awarded $250, and their teacher, Ms. Yost, will have also received funds to purchase teaching materials. What a great example of how Jeffco is ensuring access to opportunities that enrich the student experience. Let us give a round of applause to both Kaylee and Isabella for their creativity and artistic expression. We are so proud of their accomplishments. That's all right.
You want a picture with your parents? Yeah, let's take a picture of me. Okay. You guys think about for a picture if you'd like. Yeah, here we go. Ready? Yeah. That's right, exactly. It's a photo op. You have to take it in. Congratulations.
Okay, next, the Board of Education is pleased to acknowledge two Jeffco physical education teachers, Lisa Ordway and Russell or Rusty Alston. I may have said that wrong. Forgive me. For their outstanding achievement and contribution in the field of physical education. Lisa and Rusty, welcome. All right, here we go. SHAPE Colorado is a professional organization for health and physical educators in Colorado. Their Teacher of the Year award is a statewide, highly competitive accomplishment that honors teachers for their outstanding achievements and contributions in the field of physical education through a lens of equity, diversity, and inclusion. Lisa Ordway, physical education teacher at Van Arsdale Elementary, and Rusty, tell me. Alston, I will not say it wrong twice, Rusty Alston, physical education teacher at North Arvada Middle School, were selected to receive the 2022 SHAPE Colorado Teacher of the Year Award and were recognized by their peers for their outstanding contributions at the SHAPE Colorado State Convention last October. In the words of PE coordinator David Yonke, Lisa hooks students by creating a classroom environment where all students feel valued and accepted. Each understands the role that they play in making PE a safe and fun place for everyone to learn. Rusty runs a model PE program at North Arvada Middle School that focuses on giving students the skills and knowledge they need for lifelong health and wellness. This recognition embodies Jeffco's value of equity, especially when it comes to viewing individual differences as assets to be leveraged as we help all students thrive. Please join us in congratulating Lisa and Rusty for this important recognition and their commitment to providing a quality, inclusionary physical education experience for all of our Jeffco students. Okay, and next we turn it over to Director Parker.
Lee Andrus is our next honoree. Mr. Andrus currently oversees the credit recovery program at Columbine High School. Lee, please make your way up to the front of the room to receive our People, Our Strength recognition. On Saturday, March 4th, 2023, the Columbine High School Auditorium was officially dedicated as Andrus Auditorium in honor of Lee and his father, Leland, who is also with us, I see, for their years of service to the Columbine community. Lee has a long Jeffco legacy. He taught music at Schaefer, Stein, and Colorado elementary schools before landing at Leawood and then Columbine High School. In 2014, Lee became the music coordinator for Jeffco. He spent 4 years working with music teachers throughout the district and helping new teachers to get a successful start in their careers. Throughout Lee's many years of service to Columbine High School, he taught choir, acted as the vocal music director, and spent 19 years directing and producing the annual school musical. Lee was a member of Columbine's coaching staff for 4 of its 5 state football championships. Lee was an original member of the Columbine Memorial Committee and is a current member of the board for the Memorial Foundation. And I don't have everything in here to know what Leland did, but did he do all kinds of things? As much as you did, I'm telling you, you guys rock. Please join us in celebrating Lee and Leland for their years of service to the Columbine community and their contributions to a collaborative, inclusive team culture in Jeffco. Their high expectations for our students continue to have a profound and lasting impact on instructional excellence and extraordinary student experiences in Jeffco.
Danielle, do you want to do the last one, this politic, your personal? Does it matter? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay. I was just yeah, go on. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. And for our last honor and recognition, we turn it back over to Director Reed.
Except now I'm all choked up. Okay. Sorry about that. For the final celebration of the evening, the Board of Education is pleased to acknowledge the contributions and partnership of the Colorado School of Mines Upward Bound Math Science Program for the Our Communities, Our Legacy recognition. Could Rick Holtz, Provost Lori Kester, Associate Provost Dariana Roybal, Director for TRIO, and Susie Van Scoik, Alameda International Principal, please join us in the front of the room to receive this award on behalf of the Colorado School of Mines. The Colorado School of Mines and Alameda International Junior Senior High School are launching a new federally funded college preparatory program to encourage more low-income and first-generation students in Colorado to continue their post-secondary education by helping them strengthen their skills in math and science. Funded by the U.S. Department of Education's TRIO programs, the Upward Bound Math Science Program partnership between Alameda International and the Colorado School of Mines will provide academic support, test and college preparation, and summer programming for high school students interested in science, technology, engineering, and math to prepare them for post-secondary studies. As part of the program, 2 Mines employees will be embedded at Alameda International, leading instruction and activities on site for 60 students. Please join us in celebrating Rick, Lori, Dariana, and Susie, as well as the Colorado School of Mines faculty and Alameda International staff members for their commitment to ensuring all students graduate from Jeffco with the knowledge and skills needed for post-secondary life.
Congratulations. Okay, we'll be moving on to our public comment. This is an opportunity for the community to share thoughts with the board. The board will listen to concerns and perspectives on any topic for up to 1 hour. If more time is required, we will have a second public comment at the end of the meeting. We listen with respect and ask those who address the board to do the same. There's a 3-minute time limit for individual speakers, and if there are 4 or more people who sign up to address the board, they have 10 minutes for that group's views to be presented. Each speaker has been given a number, and the board invites you to come up when your number is up. When the person before you completes their comments, You can be prepared to step up to the podium here, and you'll see this massive screen with the clock counting down, which is not stressful at all. Okay, we welcome our first speaker. Good afternoon.
Superintendent Dorland, President Schooley, board members, thank you for this opportunity to address the board concerning Durrell's charter renewal. My name is Jeff Anderson. I'm board chair currently, and I have been for several years. I've been involved with Durrell from its inception in one capacity or another. Even before my involvement with Durrell, I have been a proponent of charter schools in Jeffco. My 3 sons have graduated from Jefferson Academy. I have been a resident of Jefferson County for over 30 years. The plan of Durrell's Board of Directors has been for some time to move the school from its current location to a new viable location. Our new facility is located near Highway 36 and Church Ranch Boulevard and will be ready for this coming school year. We are very excited to move into this new facility. I have a couple points I want to make here. Today is March 9th. First round of choice enrollment is long gone, and we are only 4 months away from the start of the next school year. We should not be discussing Durrell's charter renewal at this date, at this late date. That's putting Durrell at a big disadvantage. Another point I would like to make is concerning the DAC's review of Durrell's charter renewal application. I was disappointed that the DAC subcommittee's representation of Durrell contained misleading and incorrect information. The DAC statement about no academic growth for the past few years at Durrell is completely false. In summary, I would like the board to consider the following points. For the past 7 years, Durrell Academy has been fiscally responsible. Durrell has not asked for any financial help from the district. Durrell has not paid any fees to our not-for-profit management company, Durrell Inc. In these 7 years, Durrell has put away over $600,000 in the bank. Our bond is structured for the new build, is structured in a way allowing the school to build up enrollment before a full bond payment is due. The break-even student headcount that we talked about at the study session last week of 270 is now out of date because revised PPR numbers came out last Friday. So that 270 number doesn't apply now. Durrell is growing support in the community in our new neighborhood. So we're excited about that. Based on the above information, I would ask the board to consider a couple different options here. I would ask the board to consider possibly a 2-year extension instead of just a 1-year extension tonight. Or once we make our enrollment target for this coming fall, then automatically make the enrollment a 3-year charter renewal instead of just a one year to 1 year to 1 year. So basically, thank you for the time to address the board. That's all I have. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we have number 2, which is a group. And if you all wouldn't mind just introducing yourselves before you begin, that'd be lovely. Welcome.
All right, good evening, board members and Superintendent Dorland. My name is Whitney Newman. I'm a resident of Jeffco County and a first grade teacher in Jeffco.
Hi, I'm Kari Gray. I am a social worker, social emotional learning specialist at Manning Middle School, and I have 2 part-time jobs on top of that.
My name is Terrence Prata. I'm a kitchen manager in Jeffco at Powderhorn.
And I'm Ashley Hoppy. I am a learning specialist here in Jeffco.
Okay, thank you so much for hearing from our group of educators this evening. I'm here today because I believe that sustainable and equitable funding is critical to student success. Since 2009, students have lost out on $10 billion in state funding due to the budget stabilization factor. According to the Great Education of Colorado, the budget stabilization factor, formerly known as the negative factor, is the mechanism used by the legislator to cut school funding below the amount required by Amendment 23, a citizens initiative passed by Colorado voters in 2000. As a result, Jeffco School District is owed nearly $1 billion in total funding this year alone, and $1 billion total in funding, and this year alone is owed about $28 million. I chose to be an educator today because I believe that every student deserves a rich education, no matter their race, gender, socioeconomic status, or their zip code. Today, educators are challenged with teaching in deficit conditions while having the weight of test scores, large class sizes, lack of outdated resources, and understaffed schools on our shoulders. Every year, I see my colleagues leave the field due to not being able to afford to make a living. I watch families come and go throughout the year because we can't provide a competitive education or extracurricular activities without going unpaid. The state of Colorado is not providing an equitable school finance system, and our schools are forced to be funded by the pockets of parents, PTAs, and educators. Money matters for student achievement. When Colorado invests in their public schools and creates a more equitable school finance system, student achievement levels rise. I understand ending the budget stabilization factor is not a permanent fix, but it's a start. And this is not a political ask to ask legislators to fund public education to the level Colorado voters mandated. My asks for you today are to lead with school districts across the state to pass a resolution to support educators in advocating for the state to end our budget stabilization factor, and to write our legislators and Governor Polis to urge for equitable funding. Let's come together and support ending the budget stabilization factor.
Happy School Social Worker Week. Before I begin, just a few months ago, I sat in the audience listening to testimony of staff and parents who are now impacted by the elementary school closings. It hit me hard. And I saw y'all's faces too. I know it hit you. Now I'm here before you to remind you and keep in mind how school funding, or more exactly how we don't fund schools, impacts us all. I'm one of 3 full-time mental health staff in my school. The other 2 are school counselors. They share 670 students. I support where I can because 335 is 85 more than the research-based best practices. Now, think about your own lives. How many people do you know, like actually know? Being responsible and responsive to 335 students is a whole lot. It's my 4th year in Jeffco, and this is my first year with a full mental health team. I've supported students with IEPs because I have a license that enables me to do so. Spent about half of my first year without a school social worker. Last year, we were a team of 2, me and 1 school counselor. We busted our butts to do 3+ jobs. But like I said, a full team is still spread way too thin. The district dreamed up my position to address the needs of the whole school, to be available to do preventative work. I love preventative work. It addresses my guiding question: what if people didn't need to reach a crisis point to get help? But every week, the mental health staff do about an hour more supervision than other staff in the building. Every day, my work is interrupted to supervise students eating lunch. I make use of this time, connecting with kids, circling around, but our time would be better served working directly with mental health needs. If our schools were better funded, we could hire enough para-educators to provide for our supervision needs. Next year, we're losing the equivalency of 2 FTEs. These are primarily electives. Electives are a huge draw to our schools. Arts, languages, ELA electives increase student engagement and sometimes are the only reason students come to school. It breaks my heart that our students get inequitable and inconsistent access to these creative outlets. Creativity and flexible thinking are key to our students' future career success. We basically don't have recess equipment. There's a large field, some basketball courts, various types of balls. There are no benches for students who just want to hang out and talk. There isn't even enough of what we do have for all who want it. I've learned that there are 30+ custodial staff openings, so even though we are fully staffed, we aren't. because they're being sent to support other schools to help those things run smoothly. If our schools were better funded, we could offer better compensation to custodial staff and paraeducators to help our schools run smoothly. All of us have spent time at the Capitol lobbying our lawmakers. By the end of our March, we'll have collectively spent 11 days talking to lawmakers. It excludes the time we've spent calling, emailing, writing them. Yesterday, I talked to Tammy Story, and she wished to have heard from y'all, district-level school board members. We're on the same team. Providing secure funding for our schools is preventative mental health. Students who are engaged in schools have vastly more positive outcomes. Students are cared for when educators are cared for. Please contact the Joint Budget Committee and express your support to buy down the budget stabilization and ask them how they will support public education in Colorado. They are Senator Zenzinger, Representative Byrd, Representative Bockenfeld, Representative Bridges, Senator Kirkmeyer, and Representative Sirota. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, guys, and thank you for hearing from us tonight. Hi, my name is Terrence Proctor. I'm a kitchen manager in the Jeffco Elementary School, and I grew up in the public system in Philadelphia. School was difficult a lot of times for me during that time because of the lack of funding in the schools and the lack of books and the lack of classes that we needed. I was one of the advanced students, and at my elementary school, they didn't have a proper advanced class for me. So instead, they decided to put me in a class that was mixed of kids that were advanced and also kids with learning difficulties, which, as you can see, that might be quite frustrating for myself and frustrating for my mother. This is also the first time I saw my mom stand up for anything that she believed in, and she went up to the school to speak to them about this. She's talked to them, and she spoke to them, the board members, to eventually get them to create a class just for advanced students. When she went to the school and demanded this, they ended up putting the class in place. The reason they didn't have a class, though, was due to the lack of funding going on at that time and still going on now. That lack of funding doesn't help us to be able to succeed in the ways that we need to succeed in the classes in school. Part of the reason why I didn't have any other stuff that I needed is due to that funding. And we need to have more of that more schools fully funded in order to have the proper books that are actually up to date so that we can actually learn in a proper time manner. I would just ask that you properly help to petition our board in order to help us to be able to have fully funded schools. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you again for having us. I, as a 10-year educator with the budget stabilization factor, have never taught in a fully funded school system here in Jeffco. In a larger school like mine, which has over 900 students, we also have the Jeffco version of our, sorry, my heart's pounding. We always have the size equity factor that have also hit us on top of the budget stabilization. We're funded by an October count that, we have kids come in after. We have kids that it's a whole year later, and yet that's what's determining exactly the funding that we get. So between this year and next, my school is cutting a total of 6.5 FTE, and yet the amount of needs of our students have not decreased. If anything, they have increased exponentially. I feel like my 900 children, more than 900, have access to 3 counselors. They have over 300 apiece. And our executive functioning, our crisis levels have all increased. I, as a teacher, cannot make the decision between putting items into my classroom, supplies, and putting food on my own table or being able to live anywhere near our district because we are not funded. Not only does this impact our teachers, it's impacting our parents, our community, and the children. I am sad and ashamed to admit that Colorado and Jeffco are coming to a point where years of lack of funding has hemorrhaged us. We try to do more with less. Could closing of schools been avoided or continue to be avoided if we had not been continuously under budgeted? So we ask that you all stand behind us as educators as we continue to work with legislators to try and end the budget stabilization factor. That you do not say against us or move against us when we talk about going to these legislators and trying to get that support that we so need from you all. So my ask today is that you stand behind us as we talk with legislators and move forward with trying to completely end the budget stabilization factor.
Thank you. Thanks, all of you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Emily Hoke-Windus, and I'm here on behalf of Durrell Academy. We have some students here. They have speeches prepared where they'll introduce themselves. Is that okay, or do you want them to do it first? During their speeches, okay?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
as long as people get introduced, then it's
Yeah,
totally fine.
they'll make sure to introduce themselves.
Thank you.
I am one of our specials and elective teachers. I teach PE, theater, and dance. And after talking to our coordinators in both PE and theater, I think I'm the lone wolf and probably your only dance teacher in the district. So my mission to help change that. But as you'll hear from these students, dance is a huge part of their lives. We're moving and grooving all the time, using arts integration. I've been there since we started, if I didn't already say that, and I have put my heart and soul into this school, and I'm the fun teacher that brings all the fun stuff. But I help collaborate with our classroom teachers so they can use arts integration as well. And so I'm going to have some of these students share the impact this has had. Bowden's kind of short, so I don't know. Go for it.
Hi, my name is Bowden Lowe, and I'm in first grade. I went to kindergarten here also. My favorite thing about school is recess and PE. I also love hanging out with my friends in boys hip hop after school. In art class, I'm making trading cards that have different video game designs on them to sell in our class store. We get to do math and learn about money and art, which is exciting. I'm excited for the new school because I get a new classroom and a bigger gym with a real floor and a new playground that's not so old. The rally is fun and exciting. I love coming to school.
Hi, my name is Scarlett Beeson, and I am in 4th grade now, and I have been here since kindergarten. I love how Durrell puts in movement activities when we are learning about science, math, or reading. Arts integration is so fun. I am a part of the senior dance company this year, which is really exciting for me because last year I was in the junior dance company. Now I get to dance with older girls, and we get to perform more at the school and in the community, sharing our passion for dance. I am so excited that we will have a brand new dance studio at our new school, a bigger gym and new classrooms, and not neon green carpet. I have enjoyed coming to Zerger these past 5 years, but I'm so excited to be in the new building.
Hi, I'm Kenna. I'm in 6th grade, and I've been at Durrell Academy for 5 years. And this school has changed my whole outlook on school and education. For my first 2 years in elementary school, I went to more traditional K-2 school in Adams County. I was a good student, and I always tried my hardest. But the way I was being taught made it difficult for me to learn and gather information. Then in 2nd grade, my family moved to Westminster, and my parents started looking for a less traditional learning environment for me. They thankfully found Durrell Academy, and that's when school became something I loved. The thing that made the biggest difference for me was the arts integration. I'm highly creative and have always loved the arts. From painting, drawing, sculpting to music and dance, experiencing school through a lens of arts has always made all the difference in my learning experience. I get to learn about different subjects like atoms and science by making up a dance, or animals by creating a website. This method of learning has helped me learn and gather the things I am being taught, and has helped me get better grades and be more confident. Another reason I love this school is the dance program. I have been in the dance program since I started here and have learned so much about the world of dance and the different applicants of dance, which is exciting for me because dance has been something I've loved since I was 2. I always like how the teachers always have some fun activity to do. like right now where we were doing jump rope for heart. The teachers put a lot of thought and dedication into teaching at Durrell, and I know the teachers and staff are always there for me because they are all amazing. They have always made me feel appreciated for the things I do well, and while the negative things are still addressed, I have never felt the embarrassment that came with the consequences at my previous school. This school is so much better than any other school I have been to. I love this school, and I'm going to go to this school as long as I can. That is all. Thank you for listening.
Hi everyone, my name is Riley and I'm in 6th grade. I love Durrell because it is such an amazing school. The teachers and staff members are awesome. They do their job perfectly. Well, nobody is perfect, but they are so close it's scary. I have been at Durrell since I was in 2nd grade. I love it every second I'm there. I am so glad I found this school. Something that makes my school unique is that it is a arts integrated school and we do so much fun stuff like dancing, for example. At my old school, they did not have that, and I really wanted to learn how to dance. So when I got to Durrell, we have this amazing teacher, the one and only Miss Emily. And she taught such an amazing dance class and still does. I don't know how I would have done it without her. YouTube? TikTok? No. I needed an actual dance teacher. I am so thankful I have all of these amazing teachers. They are literally the best. I love every single teacher and staff member at Durrell. My school feels like my second home. After all, it is the place where I spend most of my time after my home. Not only that, the atmosphere in my school is so comfortable that it makes me feel at home. I have always loved attending school and never missed out on an opportunity to do so. It also feels like my second home because I have friends who are nothing less than family to me. They make my school life easier and full of joy. It is truly a blessing to have them in my life. Most importantly, it teaches me a lot of things each day and every day that will that will help me later in life. Durrell is that kind of school that will not let any kid be bored. The teachers give us a lot of fun stuff to do along with our boring work. Well, it is not boring, but it is just not the funnest work. I love the math assignments we do in Miss Teachat's class every week, and I think it is just so much fun. And it is a safe place that allows me to grow every day and reach greater heights. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Have a great day. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alethea Pope, and I attended Doral Academy when it first opened, and I was in 3rd grade, and I stayed until 8th grade. I am currently a freshman at Stanley Lake High School, and I still come back to Doral for events and to work with the senior dance company. I love the community here. When I first attended Doral, I learned so much through the arts integrated teaching, and I can still sing the song we wrote on cells to help us remember everything encompassing it. Now, I'm sure you would love to hear my gorgeous singing voice and get a refresher in all the parts of the cell, but we only have about 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Now that I'm in high school, I feel I'm fully prepared in the majority of my classes, thanks to our amazing teachers going above and beyond to ensure our success. In using arts integration, I was able to develop collaborative skills and the ability to share my ideas with my peers and community, as I'm doing today. I'm excited Doral gets a new building so they can expand and continue to grow, so more kids like me can have a wonderful experiences when learning. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful rest of your night.
And I'm Arlie Blanco. I'm the principal at Doral Academy and the proud principal of these students and the staff here that's here supporting. I just ask you, when you consider our school for renewal, think of the words that our students say. We are making a difference, and I'm proud, and I wish to continue this work for many years.
Thank you. I know it's been a tough year. I'm going to cry with all these schools closing. But we feel very fortunate that we have waited 7 years for a space to grow and have the opportunity to give to these kids. So thank you. Keep us in mind.
Thank you, all of you, for being here. All right, welcome.
Good evening, President Schooley and Board of Trustees. My name is Bridget Bilbray Phillips, and I had the pleasure of being the founding Doral principal in Southern Nevada and ultimately the chief academic officer for the Doral Southern Nevada system. Doral Academy, Colorado is an arts integration school. The philosophy of an arts integration school is to teach through and with the arts. There's a very defined process where teachers identify a content objective and an arts objective, and they focus on the process of the unit of study. The students create the product, and then they reflect deeply on what they've learned. Much of this work is alongside and with the Kennedy Center artists. It's my pleasure to be here this evening representing Doral Inc. Documentation has been provided sharing the commitment that Doral Inc. has for the success of Doral, Colorado. The Inc. has waived all fees for the last 7 years and is committed to make up any revenue shortfall. All decisions that are made this evening, I hope they will take some time to remember this commitment and support, and hopefully this will be noted. Thank you for your wonderful time this evening.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Karen Laughlin. I'm a resident of Lakewood. I'm a former Jeffco student, and I have 2 children enrolled in Jeffco Public Schools. My topic tonight is bus route reinstatement. I'm commenting today to respectfully request updates and reinstatement of Jeffco bus routes that were temporarily suspended as of October 2021. In the email sent to impacted families, it was noted that the suspension of service was due to a shortage of drivers and that work was actively being done to hire and train drivers for those particular routes. In November of 2021, a notice was sent that bus routes had begun to be restored and to watch via school messenger when our students' route was reinstated. As of today, March 9th, 2023, I am aware of no further updates provided to impacted families. This has primarily impacted option schools, which despite district-wide declines in enrollment have continued to help attract large wait lists due to the unique offerings for particular learning needs and have served as an attraction to bring families into the district. The discontinuation of these bus routes has meant an increase in economic impacts of time off work and sharp increases in costs to transport individually, while also resulting in daily safety and severe traffic issues around the schools. For some families, this limits access to these schools and services and disproportionately impacts students from lower income households or from single parent families where the costs of time off work and daily round trip commuting are even more burdensome. One family relayed that their student sustained a serious injury while biking to school while they were left without other options, and that subsequently they had to resort to completely altering 2-parent work schedules. Another family has stated that it is currently impossible for both parents to work a full-time job and continue their child's attendance. They have stated that if bus service were reinstated, a return to full-time work would be possible. Additional comments from the parent community include that what it has done is glorify the lack of equity for students, and another who states that I love the schools my kids go to and hate the fact that transportation is such an issue to give our kids the education we feel they deserve and best meets their needs. Speaking myself as a parent that would likely choose not to continue enrollment in Jeffco schools if our option schools were not accessible to me, and watching fellow families struggle to piece together transportation for the last 1.5 years with no communication from the district, my concern is that it has not been thoughtfully evaluated and that it disproportionately impacts children in underserved populations, making the district's option schools and associated resources accessible only to more privileged students whose families can afford to sacrifice time away from work and income. Please consider actively addressing this long overdue temporary suspension and creating an equitable strategy in addressing future shortages. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Rhiannon Wenning, social studies teacher at Jefferson Junior Senior High School.
Hi, I'm Genevieve Bassett. I'm a social studies teacher at Alameda International. My colleagues received that award earlier this evening. I'm super proud of them. However, the two women who were responsible for it, Sisochi De La Torre and Stephanie Martinez, were not named, so I wanted to make sure they got recognition.
Hi, my name is Monica Mendez. I am the literacy interventionist at Mole Elementary.
And I'm Mike Goulet, social studies teacher at Alameda International. Good evening. Let me get this up a little bit. I'd like to first thank my fellow colleagues for being so determined and dedicated to our communities and students by being here and standing up for ensuring that our schools, especially Title I schools, have the funding they deserve by ending our budget stabilization factor. My name is Mike Goulet. I'm a Title I teacher and have been at Alameda International for 4 years, including my year as a student teacher going through an alternative licensure program. Years before I became a teacher, I had a heart-to-heart conversation with my then girlfriend, now wife, about what is a career path that I could see myself in for the rest of my life. It was an easy answer: teaching. Being a teacher has been one of the greatest joys of my life, and not a day goes by that I'm not thankful for being at the school that I'm in. Another colleague asked me recently why I'm a teacher. Again, for me, the answer was obvious. As teachers, we don't see our students simply as future citizens or voters or part of the workforce, though they will be all that as well. We see our students as potential. Not just who they are now, but who they will become. It is an incredible responsibility that no educator takes lightly. Title I schools feel the sting of lackluster funding more keenly than others. Our students don't have the advantages or family financial resources to offer them opportunities that other schools do. We should not have to find grants to find opportunities for kids that other schools have through summer camps and after-school programs. The issues of mental health and trauma run rampant and unanswered. They are forgotten and overlooked, and yet we still see the potential that is there. If education is supposed to be the great equalizer for society, allowing the disparate socioeconomic groups a path forward, then it is paramount that our students and families have the funding they are owed. Not just needing, but are owed. The continuing pushback by reducing funding or not giving enough can only perpetuate this gross inequality that they face. Don't tell me your values. Show me your budget and I will tell you your values. Do we value Title I and education equity? Everyone here knows how vital these schools are to our communities. Everyone here knows that education is one of the few areas of life where we are shown our potential, where we start to see the world and our place in it. To diminish Title I schools' needs is to diminish that potential. It resigns human beings, our students, to a life that they could very well be trapped by. We as educators are doing all we can and more. We're coaches. We help with after-school clubs and tutoring. But we cannot continue on this path as things stand now. It's easy to reduce our kids to raw numbers, just goals and test scores, budget stabilization. If that is all we are, then it is just BS. Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you today. I usually come to this podium to give you guys an update on Title I schools. Tonight I'm here to ask you to join our team. And our team as we put pressure on the Colorado legislature to commit to ending the budget stabilization factor, or the BS factor as it has come to be known. Not only has the BS factor stolen over $10 billion in public education funding over the last 15 years, it has fully highlighted the disparities between the rich and the poor. Title I schools serve our community's most vulnerable population, a group of people who have been historically excluded and who struggle to make ends meet. While schools like Golden and Ralston Valley are able to fundraise tens of thousands of dollars every year through wealthy and active PTAs, schools like Alameda and Jefferson are working with tight budgets and are barely getting by. Teachers buy not only classroom supplies, and decorations, but also food, snacks, and other basic necessities for our students. Negotiations have begun between JCEA and district management, and money is at the heart of almost all of our issues. Healthcare premiums, stipends for coaches and sponsors, and as always, our step and lane movement and our COLA. We can negotiate with each other in circles, but the fact of the matter is we need more money. The state legislature needs to stop stealing from public education. We've lost almost $1 billion in funding in Jeffco alone. We've been putting pressure on our lawmakers to eliminate the BS factor this year, and we are asking you to stand with us and to do the same. Other school boards in Colorado have passed resolutions that protect and support teachers who are lobbying at the Capitol, as well as urging our lawmakers to stop budgeting on the backs of students, letting them know that it's time to end the BS. Will you stand with us?
Good evening again. I'm still Rhiannon Wenning, teacher at Jefferson Junior Senior High School, one of the only Title I junior and senior high schools in this district. Again, we're here to ask you tonight to end the BS factor, that is. We're here to ask you to write a resolution and a letter to the Joint Budget Committee of the Colorado Legislature and Governor Polis demanding that they eliminate the BS factor and stop budgeting on the backs of our students and educators in this district. The state owes millions of dollars to Jeffco. And because of this deficit, because of the recovery of the ongoing pandemic, our schools are in crisis. And it is exponentially worse at Title I schools. Our students and communities have been hit the hardest by COVID and the impacts of COVID. Our Title I students have suffered an insurmountable amount of grief, loss, and trauma over the past 3 years. And because of this, our students' need for mental health services has greatly increased. However, because of the lack of funding to public schools, even Title I schools who receive additional funding, the ability to provide for the mental health needs of our students has been extremely difficult and has absolutely impacted their academic progress and growth. The demand has outpaced the supply, and we have a severe mental health supply chain crisis going on in our schools, but especially in our Title I schools, who have experienced the heaviest impact. Because of the lack of funding to our schools, we have to make choices on whether or not we will have to cut a counselor or a teacher, cut a social worker or a DTL, cut specials or keep our school psychologists, or end our partnerships with our JCMH therapists or cut our ESPs. Why do we have to make these decisions at the detriment of our students and schools? Why? We are already suffering because of staff shortages, such as mental health professionals and learning specialists and paras and custodians and bus drivers. When will this bleeding stop? We've been cut to the bone, and it's time this district stands up to the state and joins its educators and employees to demand the state fund our schools equitably, constitutionally, and adequately. We need to expand our partnerships with JCMH and universities to provide more mental health assessments, staff, and services. We need to increase our suicide prevention measures because Colorado is 6th in the nation for teen suicide. And I am terrified that figure is going to only increase if we do not intervene and act now. We need to provide adequate staff to provide for the needs of our students. And it's time that we provide adequate mental health staffing so every elementary, middle, and high school have what they need and what they deserve. We need you to join us in this fight. Add to our voices and add your voices to the cause, because your employees, your most impacted and most vulnerable students in school communities are hurting and need your help. We need your help to end the BS factor and tell our lawmakers and governor to stop budgeting on the backs of our students. We need you and your voice to join us in this fight to provide the funding our schools and that all of our students not only need, but deserve. We need you and your voice to stand with us. Stand up for our district, stand up for our students, stand up for your employees. We know how much as a board and superintendent, you care about us as educators and our students. But it's time to show the state you support us, and it's time to join us to end the BS factor. And with that, we have copies of a possible resolution that you as a board and superintendent can pass. We only have 5 copies right now. We have an additional copy for you, Superintendent Dorland, somewhere in the audience, which if it is gone, we will definitely make sure you get a copy. May I pass these up to you?
And actually, Ms. Zavada will make sure that we get those so that we can look through and review. Thank you.
Thank you. And have a great evening.
Thanks for your time. No need to run. Welcome.
I'm a runner.
There you go.
Good afternoon, evening, I guess, almost. My name is Bill Stahl. I live in Wheat Ridge. And I just wanted to make it clear, first off, I am not speaking on behalf of myself, basically, but I'm concerned about a district policy regarding out-of-the-building coaches. I appreciate your time very much tonight. I don't have a lot of time to speak, so I did send you folks a letter earlier today. If you have not seen it, I hope we'll have a chance to review that in the future. But I've been an out-of-the-building coach for more than 3 decades. And for the last 2 years, I've honorably served as a cross-country, track, and soccer coach at Bear Creek High School. I might add, I'm probably one of the more popular coaches around. I inspire kids with my ultra-marathon feats, running the Leadville 100 9 times. I introduced Popsicle Monday to them, so that's probably what they like the best. I'm also a track meet official. I've been told by a lot of athletes that I am the nicest, that I'm their favorite because I am nice. I'm not gruff and yell at them, so I enjoy serving the kids. Recently, I was called by the athletic director at Bear Creek and told, Bill, you can't coach for us anymore. And I said, why not? And he said, I don't know. Now, I'm not sure in what workplace that's an acceptable answer, but he referred me then to speak with the SRO. The SRO said, well, I'm writing a report and I can't tell you anything about it. Okay. So a couple weeks went by. I still had not heard a thing about why I can't coach at Bear Creek High School anymore. Finally called the SRO a couple times, never received a return. I finally called the principal. The principal said, I don't know anything about what's going on, which, first of all, the athletic director saying he didn't know anything was pretty strange. He should know everything going on in his athletic department, right? The principal should know everything going on in their school, right? But apparently they didn't. But she did say there is a district policy that out-of-the-building coaches, if there's any inquiry about them whatsoever, dismiss them right away, no questions asked. I subsequently talked to Mr. Patrick Simpson, who's the director of athletics, along with Deneen Cusack, who's the director of employee relations, and they said they know of no written policy like that. Like I said, nice conversations I had with them. I did get a letter from Mr. Simpson earlier this week telling me that volunteer coaches, we have no redress with the district at all. So the SRO, by the way, did call me back after I spoke with the principal, and he said, I'd done nothing wrong. What he did say was that somebody made a report that I showed concern for a student, a struggling student. And I'm not sure why we're in education if we're not showing concern for a struggling student. This particular student, by the way, will be homeless later this month and came to me because they said I was the first adult who ever showed confidence in them. I don't know how you turn your back on something like that personally. My ask of you, I know my time's running out here, is that the board look at this policy. It may not be written, but it is obviously being used. Look at this policy towards out-of-the-building coaches to tell them you are dismissed no matter what is reported, and also that the board look at treating out-of-the-building coaches better, to be given answers like, I don't know, as an excuse, and being told that there's absolutely no redress for you whatsoever, I think is a really bad look for Jeffco, especially when we know Jeffco is having a hard time finding teachers, finding anybody who's willing to give their time. For very little money, obviously, we coaches. I did it as a volunteer. We just want to give back, and I don't think that's a good look. So I appreciate your time very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Jeffco School Board members and Superintendent Dorland. My name is Alice Morrissey, and I'm here to talk about the Wheat Ridge High School remodel. I'm the Wheat Ridge High School junior class president, but I grew up in Denver. So when I tell people in my neighborhood where I go to school, the response I get the most is, Wheat Ridge, why? To this, I have many reasons. Reasons that I think are being overlooked by this board by denying us the same opportunities as other schools when it comes to funding our remodel and our school resources. My first reason, when people ask me why Wheat Ridge, is the staff. These are the people in our buildings shaping the young kids that come in and into the confident adults who leave. I have found some of my biggest role models in the staff, and they've helped create the person I am today and the person I aspire to be tomorrow. They foster one of the strongest communities I've ever been a part of, which is another reason that I choose and continue to choose Wheat Ridge High School. I think that it's this board's responsibility to ensure that we have the tools to continue and grow to build that community for years to come. My school has fallen into a toxic cycle. We've had to terminate 5 positions in our school this spring. That's 5 fewer people to support us next year and 5 fewer programs for future students. We have to cut funds because we have low enrollment, but our enrollment is down because we are the last school to receive the benefits from the bond project. We don't have the same attractions to potential students as other schools do that have already been remodeled. We are just being denied funds that will help us keep our school strong enough to provide the education and support for our diverse student needs, whereas other schools are given more and more resources. For example, when Alameda High School went $11 million over budget, they continued to receive the funds to finish their project. Today, I'm here because as a student, sometimes it feels like we are being forgotten. I implore you to please reconsider our budget and resources for our construction in order to protect all the reasons that I think Wheat Ridge High School is so special. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Go Farmers. Welcome.
My name is John Byrne. I live in Lakewood. I have one grown daughter and a son who's a junior in high school. My daughter graduated from Collegiate Academy, a Jefferson County charter school. My son, God willing, will graduate from Addenbrooke Classical Academy, another Jefferson charter school. I served on the board at Collegiate for a short time. I served on the District Accountability Committee for Jeffco. I also served on a charter review committee and chaired a DAC subcommittee that reviewed the same charter application. I currently serve on the Addenbrooke Classical Board. I did not seek any of those positions. I just served because I was asked. I'm here for 2 reasons today. The first is to testify before the members of the board and concerning the value of a system of education that provides for educational choices to be made by parents in order to put their students in schools that best fit the needs of those kids. Both of my kids have benefited a great deal from the charter schools that they have attended, and my son is currently thriving and benefiting from Addenbrooke in really significant ways. I'm forever grateful for the school options in Jeffco. There is a second reason I'm here today. Jeffco has, in my understanding, used COVID money or ESSER funds to contract with Hazel Health for all Jeffco schools, but while traditional neighborhood schools were automatically included, charter schools were not. At a minimum, I find this to be problematic. Worse, unless there's something I'm unaware of, I find this to be unethical. It isn't that I want Hazel Health for Addenbrooke. I don't. However, Addenbrooke and other charters should not be treated differently, and that is my concern. At a minimum, they should be given the financial resources to provide similar services to their students. The students at the traditional neighborhood schools are not more or less deserving of these resources than children at charter schools. There have been other decisions made by this board that seem to indicate an aggressive posture towards charter schools, and I'm concerned and I'm paying attention. I understand that the board is under a lot of pressure, especially regarding budget issues, of which you have been faced with many of those tonight. However, whether y'all like it or not, all of the students in all of the schools are a part of Jefferson County schools and deserve a great education. Wherever cuts are made and budget adjustments are made, they ought to be done in a manner that does not do harm to certain types of schools and favor other types of schools. I'm asking this board to make decisions consistent with the vision, mission, and values it espouses, and in fact were printed on the back of this card. All three of which focus on students, not just some of them, but all of them. That includes charter schools, regardless of whether you're a fan of that particular form of education or not. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ed Peterson. I'm a resident of Lakewood and a native Coloradoan. Went through the Denver public school system, native Denverite. Raised two sons in Jefferson County, and I'm proud to say both are doing extremely well, partially as a result of the wonderful education they received in Jeffco. I've served as a city council member for Lakewood, chairman of the board of directors for the Denver Regional Council of Governments, and helped with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Association to get life skills training into Jefferson County schools. And I'm here this evening to do two things. One, to let you know that I understand. I've had to make tough budget decisions too. And unfortunately, when we're faced with those, we have to weigh a variety of issues, not the least of which is the public and the personal impact it has on the people that we were elected to serve. I'm also the proud grandparent of a young man who now is in preschool at Addenbrook Academy. And I have to tell you, I am looking forward to a long and hopefully wonderful relationship with that institution. Charter schools are a part of any school system or any school district, and I'm here to ask you two things. First of all, to continue your incredible support for the children of Jefferson County and their educational opportunities. And secondly, to remind you, as the previous speaker did, that every child in the Jefferson County school system deserves the best possible opportunity that they can get to be educated in a manner that is sufficient and personalized to their needs. And I think that's what charter schools do. I know my little one absolutely loves his class, he loves his teachers, and I am so incredibly impressed with the dedication that I've seen so far. And I'm a newbie. I mean, I can understand what it's like to be in your position, and I also know that you will do what is right and what you find in your heart to do. So again, I just want to thank you for your dedication to the children of this school district, all the schools. And I would encourage you to please, when you make those tough budget decisions, that you don't favor one form of educational opportunity over another. They're all important. And please, please lobby our legislature. I plan to be down there. I plan to talk to my representatives and let them know how important this is. This is an ongoing battle. This is not a sprint. This is a marathon, and it's gone on for years, and quite frankly, it's gone on long enough. I think we have an opportunity in education now to finally begin to take a look at the funding that we need for our educational system. And I would ask that you support your staff, your teachers, your children, and the residents of Jefferson County in supporting the end of, as they say, the BS. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Summer Cordova, and I live in the city and county of Denver. I'm the mother of 6 children, 5 of whom currently attend Addenbrook Classical Academy. Our family choices into Jeffco with the intention of attending this charter school. Without this option, we would not be willing to send our children to a Jeffco school. When we embarked on the educational journey for our children, it felt like a very heavy decision as to which school, if any, to send our first child. It has always been my hope to maintain continuity of education as much as possible for all of our children. We're so grateful and often truly amazed at how well Addenbrook has filled this goal for our family. Each one of my children, from pre-K to 6th grade, are really thriving in the community there, emotionally and socially, and they're excelling academically in the structured classical curriculum that Addenbrooke provides. March of 2020 brought trying times for all of us, but it also provided for some very unique opportunities. During the pandemic, our family opted to utilize the option to educate remotely while maintaining enrollment at Addenbrooke. They adapted the curriculum and emphasized that they would be partnering with parents to create a hands-on homeschool learning environment. It was really appealing to me, and I was ready to do what I could to make the best of the challenge. With a kindergartner, a second grader, and a fourth grader, along with a 1 and a 3-year-old, I was very overwhelmed, but hopeful. That year gave me so much insight into what the classical model of education looks like, as well as the incredible talent and dedication of the teachers at Addenbrooke. Classical learning seeks to educate the whole child and provide tools for how to think in the world around them. I was blown away by the depth of learning that music, art, and nature study provided, and how well my children learned in the rigor of the core knowledge subjects of math, science, social studies, and language arts. I was impressed with how well it was all interwoven, but I was most grateful for the individuals who shared their talents with us to keep my kids on track academically. Now, I'm not wishing for another pandemic, but I do realize the benefits that came of it and the appreciation that we gained. The staff at Addenbrooke is an incredible group of gifted and loving educators. Unfortunately, the challenge of recruitment and retainment of these kind of teachers is greater for charter schools because we receive less funding from the district. On the Jeffco Public Schools website, it does state that Jeffco Public Schools believes that charter schools strengthen our goal to provide great educational choices for Jeffco families. I wholeheartedly agree with this, and I implore you to make decisions to lend greater support to our charter schools so that we can fulfill this mission. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to speak to you and your service on the board.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Jeffco board members and Superintendent Dorland. My name is Lindsay Abbott. I'm a Lakewood resident, and I'll be speaking as well about charter school funding. My son attends Addenbrooke Classical Academy, a Jeffco charter school, and I am also a Jeffco graduate and a lifelong resident. Our family values the school choice that is currently offered in the district. When enrolling our son in kindergarten, we made the decision to send him to a classical charter school over our neighborhood school for many different reasons. A few deciding factors include smaller class size, emphasis on liberal arts, a more frequent rotation of specials such as music and gym, and a rigorous focus on reading, writing, and math. Our son is thriving at Addenbrooke, and we have been pleased with our decision. The curriculum has set him up for success at a young age, and he is already advanced in all of the benchmarks that the district has set for his grade. It has come to my attention that the board is looking to pull funding for several initiatives only for charter schools in the district. I would like to ask why. These funds should be allocated for all schools and students in the district. If a school chooses to opt out of a program such as Hazel Health, they should be able to receive those funds and allocate them directly towards a similar program that they vet and approve. It seems as though charter schools are being singled out. Charter schools provide additional value for Jeffco and keep students within the district. Will you continue to support school choice and provide all schools in Jeffco with equal funding? I understand the budget is tight and cuts need to be made, but that should be done in a manner that impacts all schools and not just charters. It is concerning that this board would consider an unequal distribution of funds meant to benefit all Jeffco students and schools. I ask you to equally distribute funds and services for all charters so that they can continue to operate and provide benefits to kids and their families in Jeffco who decide to send them there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here for public comment that did not previously check in? Just want to make sure. Okay, thank you all for coming and for sharing your perspective and thoughts with the board. We appreciate it. Are you all okay going? Do you need okay, wonderful. So we will move forward with our agenda. Our first presentation will allow for the board to hear about and discuss recent legislative activities of the 74th General Assembly. Should the board wish to formally endorse or support legislation, we may also discuss it during this time. We welcome now Ed Bowditch, who is partner with Bowditch and Castle Public Affairs and who is our district lobbyist. So welcome to you, Mr. Bowditch. And thanks for spending the evening with us.
Good evening. Good to see everybody. Thank you so much for the invitation to come out here tonight. I always appreciate the opportunity to talk. Let me get everything set up. And happy halftime. Day 60 of the Colorado legislature is today, so it's all downhill from here. There's a lot left to do. The legislature is in the process, the Joint Budget Committee is in the process of finalizing its budgeting recommendations that they will submit to the full legislature. We'll get the next revenue estimate next week, but the revenue estimates, as Colorado is constrained by the Tabor limit, again, the revenue cap, any revenue change won't really give the state that much more or less money. Likely it would just adjust the Tabor refund. Again, great time to be a taxpayer because you get lots of refunds. Can be tough for the public entities having to deal with giving money back. But they'll get that in the next 2 weeks. One of the big issues that is yet to be resolved is property taxes. And this relates very closely to K-12, as you know. So the estimate is that the average residential real estate notice evaluation that's going to be arriving in people's mailboxes on about May 1st is going to show, on average, statewide, a 24% increase. We do this every 2 years, and this is the notice evaluation you get. So everyone's property taxes are going to be going up, and there's a lot of concern that for people, low income, fixed income, they won't be able to handle that level of increase. So the legislature has a decision to make whether or not it wants to try and mitigate that somehow. There are a number of things they could do. They could do a temporary reduction in the residential assessment rate. Well, if they do that, that affects all the monies that are collected for schools as well. So it gets to be very complicated. If they want to provide some tax relief, they take that option I just mentioned, that would require a more general fund to fund the schools. So it's this great balancing act that will have to be figured out over the next 2 months. One of the things that they did last year when they had a $3-point-some billion Tabor refund, they took part of that refund and backfilled the residential assessment rate decrease that they did. So they were using the Tabor refund to make property tax relief. Some people liked that, some people didn't. But all of these things need to be figured out. This relates to the first thing I'd like to talk about. And Madam Chair, sorry, I just kind of sit down and start talking. So we have the March 2nd legislative update that I send. I send these weekly. Everything that's new is in green, so you can easily scan down and see what has changed. The mid-year supplemental funding has been signed, so that's finalized. As we look towards fiscal year 23-24, the governor's office in January revised the budget request, had been a $35 million buy down of the BS factor. The governor's office decided, for a variety of reasons, that we could afford a $120 million buy down of the BS factor. And remember, reducing the BS factor is positive. So the more money you put in is positive. And the governor also said, and then we would eliminate the BS factor in the 2 years after that. So it'd be a 3-year buy down of the BS factor. The question has come up, could we just eliminate the BS factor all at once? I have talked to legislators about this. I've listened to the JBC staff, and this is an absolutely amazing goal, and we should always work towards maximizing as much money into K-12 education as possible. But I can't escape from my 9 years on JBC staff and 1 year as, all the budget work I've done. I don't think that is sustainable right now. I think it's tough to message that, but if we did eliminate the BS factor this year, we would probably have to reinstate it at some level in a second or third year. And I don't think that's very helpful. I do appreciate the governor's buy down and the plan to eliminate the BS factor. And hopefully the legislature can at least meet the $120 million buy down for fiscal year 23-24. Happy to move into a couple of pieces of legislation if there are no more questions about the budget, or we can pause and talk budget.
Absolutely. Director Parker.
Thank you. So you said something that was a question I was going to ask, and I just want to clarify it. Even if the legislature and the governor said, buy it all down, eliminate it is what they say, it's still not forever. Because if we get ourselves in a bind in the future, we're still back to where Amendment 23 says we're supposed to be funding at this level, but Tabor says you can't keep this money, or, our income, state revenue goes down, whatever. If we find ourselves in the same place we were when the BS factor started before, it's not eliminated, right? It's just temporary?
Right. Yes, Matt. Yes, Director Parker, I believe that's exactly what would happen.
Yeah.
That we could find the money to eliminate it, but we'd be using a number of one-time sources. And a year from now, I'd have to be back and say, well, they have to move the BS factor back to X. And I don't think a seesaw budget is a very good option for anybody.
Am I correct that it came into play because we had conflicting requirements, in our Constitution or whatever? The Amendment 23 said you must increase funding at this level, but then there were others that said, was it Tabor or was it? Yeah. And so then you can't keep more revenue than a certain increase in population and inflation and whatever. And so they conflicted, right? We couldn't do both.
To be brief, I'd say the biggest problem is the 30 years of Gallagher kept lowering the residential assessment rate.
Yeah.
And that was, a small adjustments downward over time. Then Tabor said that the school boards had no control over their mill levies without, going to the voters, and the legislature had no control over the tax rates. Then we had the revenue loss back in 2008, 2010, and the legislature literally had no other options. And a bipartisan group of legislators came up with this idea of the then called negative factor, but they really didn't have any other options.
And is there any way to eliminate that conflict going forward? I mean, can we do something about the Amendment 23 or Gallagher or anything?
The nice thing is that the Gallagher Amendment has been, some people call it repealed. I like to say it's been kind of capped at the floor. It doesn't automatically ratchet down anymore. So that, at least, hard to know what will happen to real estate values going forward, especially residential. But at least that problem won't make, that issue won't make the problem any worse. Okay. I don't know what to think about 5 years from now. But in the shorter term, I think it is realistic to think about eliminating the BS factor over the next few years. And I think that would be a great thing to do because it was over $1 billion not too long ago.
Thank you. And then the second question I have is we had a lot of presentations tonight at the public comment about the district and school board putting pressure on or lobbying the legislators. Now, I'm very familiar. I go down to the legislature quite a bit. I see you down there.
Always nice to see you and anybody else who comes down.
And so I am familiar with going to committee meetings and going to my representatives, and I'm their constituent. And if I bring enough constituents with me, they're going to pay attention. But we don't have that same relationship. We don't have any one person or two people to go lobby and put pressure on. It was suggested that we have a resolution. I'm personally very in favor of a resolution encouraging the JBC or just the legislature in general to buy down the BS factor. But what's another way, or what's the best way that we as a school district, we as school board members could approach the legislature and put pressure on?
I think anytime you see any of the legislators at their Saturday town hall meetings, other functions where you run into them, or if the board wants to come down to the Capitol as a group, we've done that in the past. I think it's always, they expect you to advocate for as much money as, is reasonable to try and eliminate the BS factor and support all of the students in Jeffco in all of the schools of Jeffco. They expect that.
So in the past, has a district or board gone down to a JBC meeting in mass and sat in the audience with their Jeffco t-shirts on, or what?
I don't ever remember them coming to the JBC, but we have had meetings at the Capitol where we've had the delegation come in, and it's tough.
I went to one of those, and I know that you're expecting them to come to us where we're sitting, and I want to go to them wherever is the best place.
But it's tough to catch people. Anytime you schedule it, even if people are wildly enthusiastic about Jeffco Public Schools, they're dropping their kids off, somebody gets sick, somebody's in a meeting. You get about half of them on a good day, and I mean that respectfully to everybody. But I think it can be something that if the board wants to do, or individual board members coming down, I'm happy to have you come and shadow me, and we can pull people off the floor. Sometimes that can work. But they certainly do expect to hear from you. That's your fiduciary responsibility. The Joint Budget Committee has 2 members from Jeffco, the chair and the vice chair, Senator Rachel Zenzinger and Representative Shannon Byrd. The other 4 are not from Jeffco. We don't have, I don't think we have any members on the House or Senate Education Committee this year, but we've got a lot of very strong legislators who want to support Jeffco schools.
Okay. Well, any suggestions you have? Because also when I advocate for certain things, it's like just keep sending them emails, keep calling them, keep doing it until they just can't stand it anymore. Yeah. So
I would say I'm not a big fan of mass media campaigns where we all send the same email, because I don't think that's all that effective. I'm more a fan of shorter communications about why this is important to us.
Thank you.
And just as a reminder, it's different than the resolution, so I appreciate you bringing that through from public comment. But we have drafted and approved a legislative platform for the district from the board that does include around school finance or district funding, buy down of the budget stabilization factor. So it is part of our platform that we've empowered Mr. Bowditch to go, and I think those opportunities that you're talking about to continue to strategically share that message and the impact that it has for students, because that's really what it's about. It's not just money for the sake of money, but how does it actually impact our students? I share your interest in that. Other questions for Mr. Bowditch before he continues on? He's not going anywhere yet. But yeah, Superintendent Dorland. Yeah.
Mr. Bowditch, can you also, because we've had multiple conversations about adjustments to the formula, so I feel like there are 2 things I'd like for the board to hear about from you. One is one you've already shared, which is the buy down of the BS factor. The other one is that there are conversations about tweaks, adjustments, revisions to the actual school finance formula that could, if steps are taken in that direction, have big impacts on Jeffco related to the cost of living as well as the at-risk sort of adjustments that are just being contemplated. I don't think anything's been introduced, but I would like for the board to at least hear your thoughts and understand what have those conversations been like recently at the Capitol.
Thank you for that question. That is a very important issue for Jeffco. And I spend a lot of time with the CFO trying to model out various scenarios. Jeffco is in a kind of a unique position. You've got the base funding per student, and then that funding is modified by the size of each district. Well, we don't benefit, that benefits the really small districts, of which there are a lot, by the number of at-risk students. And while Jeffco has a lot of at-risk students, we are below the state average. And then by the cost of living. And the cost of living factor is where most of the money goes into. There's been a lot of frustration with the cost of living factor for a variety of reasons. And there are a lot of legislators who would like to take some or all of the money out of cost of living and allocate it to different factors. I have worked with the CFO to look at lots of different scenarios, and while I report to the board, and while I want to do everything I can for Jeffco, I'm also not a fan of trying to game some formula that doesn't make sense. But I understand. I fully believe in Jeffco now. If you look at our per student funding, we're getting pretty close towards the bottom. Because I said we're not small. We have a fairly sizable cost of living, but we're not the richest kind of neighborhood, the way that's measured. And we have a less than the state average of the at-risk students. The big change that they have contemplated is reducing the multi-year averaging. And for any district that is declining in enrollment, maintaining that is the most important thing. The school finance, interim committee on school finance has met for 5 years. They've done some really good work around trying to redefine the at-risk measure and putting more money into special education. But they've been unable to come up with a package to rewrite the entire School Finance Act. I know a number of legislators, I know Senator Zenzinger is included in that group, are meeting quietly to see if there's a path forward. I don't think if there is a bill introduced this session, I don't think it would impact the 23-24 budget, but they would have it start in 24-25 at the earliest. But that's what really worries me about changes to the multi-year averaging. Some people say, well, we shouldn't be funding students that aren't there. And the response is, for the many districts that are in enrollment decline, it takes some time for the budget to catch up. Eventually, the budget does catch up to that, but it does take time for these large organizations to address their budgetary realities. The other thing, if they do take money out of cost of living, depending on what they do with it, that could impact Jeffco as well.
And I just want to give you guys a talking point, because this has been the work that you all have done to be responsible, efficient, effective with the resources we do receive by closing 16 very small schools has allowed us to have conversations with legislators to say, you cannot take away this averaging. We are doing the hard work to make sure that our schools are thriving places that are resourced appropriately for our students. And we need that averaging for that runway. And so Ed and I have been very strong in that advocacy. And the second thing I would say in this space that I have said to legislators is, stop talking about changing the formula until you fully fund us. Mm-hmm. Like, just knock off this nonsense and let's talk about how to get the BS factor gone. And then let's have a conversation about revisions. And let's get a little bit further away from the pandemic as well and some of this decline in school-age population, not just in Jeffco, but across our state. And frankly, I think we are one of the only districts in the state who's actually doing something responsible about it. So we have a platform to stand on and advocate for them making efforts at the BS factor. I think, Ed, I appreciate in a responsible and measured approach so that we don't continue to swing ourselves back and forth and go too far and then have to come back. But we also have to advocate that they do not mess with this formula until they fully fund us. And especially while Jeffco has the courage to do the work that you all are doing as a board. So just so you know, I have been sending that message to legislators, and Ed has as well. And I think it's good talking points for you all to know as well.
If there is a bill, just to continue on that, that is introduced that would significantly impact Jeffco, that's when I would call the board chair and the superintendent and say, we all have to come to the Capitol and we all have to catch every member of the delegation and say, don't you let this happen. This will devastate Jeffco. And that's when we would do that. And there was a rumor a few weeks ago about some change that was coming, and immediately we all started texting each other, and luckily it was just a scenario. It wasn't a proposal. But these things are very serious.
Director Miller.
Just following up on that, we've seen variations over time of committees put together to change the formula. And people get antsy when you have a small group of people that start talking about how that formula will be changed and the impact because, well, wait a minute, did you think about this? Or wait a minute, this student group is going to be impacted, or these districts are going to be impacted.
Is the group that's getting together now and talking, are they bringing other people into the conversation, or is this just right now an inner group that's going to look at how they might just tweak it a little bit, not a full-scale change like we looked at, I don't think it was like 10 years ago when we brought Rhode Island in to talk about it, and other states that had changed their formula. What is this conversation looking like, Ed, if you don't mind?
As far as I can tell, I think it's a little bit of both, but I think they would like to do a comprehensive rewrite, and they said whatever they come up with, if they come up with anything, they will make sure to share it well before it's introduced and get feedback. And they have pledged to do that. Now, as an aside, every day that goes by the legislature and we don't see anything, the chances are, and they have so many other issues. They've spent the last in the House 7 hours on one gun bill, and they're still debating it. And so there are issues that they will want to take a lot of time on, and I'm not sure we'll see anything. But I definitely check in with some of the legislators who will let me know what's going on and just get updates, and I talk to them about twice a week.
Thank you.
On that line too, I know I've been working with some other groups that were trying to get bills in as late bills, and they've been told nothing's going to happen in that area because they're so backed up with the ones they've got right now.
I think we're ready to keep going.
Moving into legislation, one of the big issues that I wanted to bring to your attention is House Bill 1109. This bill was introduced in early January. I mean, it was one of the earlier bills. We have seen many bills on this very important topic about student discipline. We've seen many bills over the years, but this is a comprehensive bill, and the first thing I did when it was introduced is I emailed it to the General Counsel, and I appreciated her response right away because she really is able to send me, I think it was maybe a few hours later that I received a response from her that I know has been forwarded to all the board tonight. This bill was up in committee a week ago. There were many students. It was about a 6-hour hearing. There were many students who believed they had been unfairly treated through suspensions and expulsions. And I certainly don't want to argue that, but that was their testimony. At the end of the evening, there were a couple of amendments that were discussed, and then the committee decided not to take action on the bill. Frankly, the votes weren't there to pass the bill. I think at this point, Case and Casby are both opposed to the proposal. The rural schools are opposed to the proposal. Let me just stop for a minute. Those in opposition, Adams 12, Boulder, Case, Casby, rural schools, Douglas County, Pikes Peak Alliance, Lewis Palmer, the Coalition Against Sexual Assault, and then other advocacy organizations. And those in support include the Cross Disability Coalition, Mental Health Colorado, and with some amendments that were offered that night, Denver Public Schools. But at this point, Case and Casby are really leading the lobbying with the proponents on this. And I think at this point, the bill can't get out of committee unless it is narrowed down in focus. So I wanted to bring it to your attention. I told the chair of the House Education Committee, Barbara McLaughlin, who at this point has concerns about the bill. I think that's a fair statement. I told her yesterday that I would be bringing this to the Jeffco School Board tonight. And Madam Superintendent, I know this is a very serious issue on student discipline. Okay.
So what I'm wondering is to open up conversations. I mean, part of it's hard to be, we want to be timely in being able to be responsive and help people understand what the impact of a proposed bill would be for Jeffco. I know we were all sent the bill itself, the proposal, and some thoughts from our legal counsel. I'm wondering if there are comments or questions specifically that we have as a board to be able to weigh in on this so that we can be responsive as it's being considered. Dr. Parker?
This is a bill that it flagged for me right away when I first saw it. I thought, wow. So I've been following it. And the question I have, is there any talk of any amendments that would make it better? I think there are a lot of things that are concerning, but at the committee meeting, did anybody talk? If you just eliminate this or change that, that it might be acceptable?
There were two amendments that were offered in concept, but they weren't acted on. So I can describe them briefly. They talk about adding a provision where it would, a student, unless the student has been accused of an offense that, if committed by an adult, would constitute unlawful sexual behavior. So they're trying to make sure that schools in their disciplinary practices can still discipline for students accused of unlawful sexual behavior. So that's the type of thing of narrowing down to not make this quite so broad, but still giving districts the ability to make more of those decisions. There was very passionate testimony on both sides of the bill about these issues. So that was one amendment. I think the other one was less comprehensive, if you will, but I'm sorry. Oh, no, this one said that CDE before June 30th, 2024, the department would create an online training program for hearing officers. And it would have to have some, so anybody who's a hearing officer would have to be trained by CDE. Again, just to try and make sure it was the program was being narrowed a bit rather than as comprehensive as originally introduced.
And you said that there were some passionate testimony from students. Did this originate from a student advisory committee or anything? Where did it start?
As far as I can tell, I think it started from a number of advocacy organizations that are concerned that there are higher disciplinary rates for different types of students.
Okay, because if it had come out of anything that was, as I said, a student advisory committee, like I know there are other bills, I want to be sensitive to where the bills come from so that we can appropriately tell them our concerns, explain ourselves.
Other comments or questions? I appreciated the comments and the perspective that Ms. Olson shared with us. I have concerns about, as we work as a district to really align some of our own internal practices, it feels in conflict with districts being able to really be able to own some of the best practices that I think are within the bill. And then the other piece of it, I worry about unintended consequences around how much could this cost for districts? What are some of the consequences in terms of the systems and processes we already have in place? It seems like it takes it to a place where there are too many unknowns around the potential for it being very disruptive for our safety and security. But I'd love to hear from other board members if anyone else feels a sense of whether it's urgency or just a desire to have an official support or oppose for this proposal for this bill, or if it's not something the board wants to take on. We'll go Ms. Director Barta and then Director Reed. Thank you.
Well, I just need to be honest, this came before us today, and I haven't even seen the email that you wrote. I don't really know anything about it. And so I have no feeling at the moment because this is the first that I'm hearing about it. So I need more time to read it and understand it before I can answer your question.
Thank you. Director Reed?
I've had a chance to talk quite a bit with some of our staff members about what we're doing around discipline and around restorative practices. And so I do feel like that's something that we are addressing. I think that it's undeniable that that we're not across the state even treating all kids equally. At the same time, I get really itchy about having people who are not in schools every day making pronouncements about how things should and shouldn't go. Because ultimately, the people who have written and sponsored this are not responsible for the safety of children. And so I'm just deeply concerned about that. As broadly as it's written and And as much as it just seems to me like it ties schools' hands a great deal more than should be done from that far away from the building, honestly. So I don't see a need necessarily to take the action tonight, but just so that you know, I would be in favor of putting us onto the districts that would not sign on to this, that would be opposed to it.
Director Miller? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I want
No, that's fine. A couple of things. One is I go back to our own work with our teachers and our community members and the people that are working with us, that we've been talking about diversity and being cognizant of who we have coming into our classrooms and how we're looking at hiring people and wanting to be more inclusive community. And with that, I also know, at least my understanding of how this has all come to be, is that there has been concern that some children are more likely by communities or by teachers and by staff to, I don't want to say target, that's not the right word. Yes, exactly. So I'm sure where this is coming from, and I did not hear all of the testimony of the people that spoke, but there's simmering something. There's a simmering, I think, with our students, as well as I know Denver, where Denver is coming from in this space, but I think we need to be cognizant of why. And being thoughtful about how we are handling situations in our schools, and that we are being thoughtful and understanding what our data is showing us with how we are disciplining and how we are managing the schools that are challenging for our students. And so I agree with you, Director Reed, that it's important that we have very thoughtful procedures and practices. And yet I think we also need to be cognizant of what our data is showing us and telling us, and how the discipline is actually being recorded, so that we have best practices and we can be a leader in that space. Because I do understand where this angst has been building over time. So I agree. I don't necessarily want to go down the path of affirming, but I think as a district, we need to understand what our own data is showing us, and identifying best practices of how to handle that.
And just to be, and this may be better answered by Mr. Bowditch or Ms. Tolleson, but just to be clear, for this bill, my understanding is that really this is talking about what is the burden of proof in terms of exclusionary practices, and then the nexus requirements, which is where did things happen. I don't know if so it sounds, what I'm hearing is that there's not a sense of urgency to act tonight around endorsing or opposing this particular bill. Am I reading the dais correctly? Okay, yeah, Director.
Since the committee took no action, and then it does seem like it would be hard for it to go back and take it up again, then it wouldn't be so important that we make a decision right now or put our name on anything.
No, it's not on the calendar. My guess is for any bill like this, if the proponents agree to really scale it back, then it can be put back on the calendar. But there's no urgency about taking a position tonight. I just, frankly, some of the bills on my list don't matter that much. This one really matters. And so I wanted to make sure the board was fully discussing this issue, but not tonight necessarily.
Great, sounds good. So it sounds like we can also have some opportunities to dig into the text and lean on our general counsel to answer whatever it is that we have questions about. Anything else on that before we move to other questions? And I didn't know if you have other.
One other bill I wanted to mention just briefly, it was raised, I think somebody had emailed wanting to talk about House Bill 1064, the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact. And that bill has passed both the House and the Senate. There was nobody signed up in opposition. Not everybody voted for it. Nobody signed up in opposition. The way I read the bill, it has to be licensed teachers in other states that could be considered for this kind of expedited licensure here. There were a number of rural legislators who said, we will do anything to get licensed teachers because the teacher shortage is so acute out there. At this point, that bill, I think, is waiting on the governor's desk because it's passed both the House and the Senate, if I remember correctly. Other than that, happy to respond to any other questions.
Great. Are there other? Yep, Director Reed.
The other one that I'm wondering about is House Bill 1208, because it sounds lovely. It was in the Colorado Sun this morning. Hey, we'll give tax credits to teachers when they're spending money in their classroom. And I'm just very concerned that this is giving the message that rather than funding our schools fully, that we will simply continue to count on teachers to fund their classrooms, and we will help them out so long as there is Tabor money to do so. So I'm really concerned about this. My first question is your take kind of the same, or do you think that I'm off base?
This bill has not had its first hearing yet. It would provide a $1,000 tax credit to every teacher to basically acknowledge the amount of money, and I don't know if there was an estimate or it's a nice round number, that teachers spend on their classrooms. Now, since we have a Tabor refund, we can all get our $750 checks every year. They reduced, that was only part of the Tabor refund. They reduced the income tax rate for everybody, or you can use the Tabor refund for targeted challenges like this. And I think that's what this is an effort to do. A year ago, the governor was very clear he didn't like tax credits. There were a lot of proposals to do these targeted tax credits, and there were only about 4 or 5 of them that he signed into law. And I think all of them were for a 3 or 4 year period. This one right now is for 8 years. It can be modified down if it starts moving through the process. But that's the way I looked at it. It hasn't had its first hearing yet. It does have bipartisan support, but we'll see.
Okay. Director Barta?
In the proposal or suggestion that we do a resolution on the BS factor, is that how effective do you think that is versus the kinds of actions that Director Parker was suggesting? I'm wondering what would you suggest we prioritize in terms of that kind of thing? I'm wondering really, are resolutions that come out of our board and go before legislators, are they effective?
I think I hate to be wishy-washy, but I just don't know. If the board takes any position on anything, the first thing I do is email all the delegation to say the Jefferson County School Board has taken a position of X on this bill. If the board adopts a resolution, I would email that out, and then I would try and catch every member in person and say, this is what the board is thinking. Now, sometimes people want to engage on those conversations, and other times, oh, thank you. And not disrespectfully, things are crazy down there. I tend to think it's better to do more personal lobbying. But if the board does a resolution, I have no problems with that either.
I had just a quick question about HB 231198, because I don't remember seeing that one before. I may have just missed it. From, let's see, Representative Tatone, around teacher externships in STEM fields, and which can be in districts hard to fill positions for some schools. And I'm just wondering if you have any kind of broad information about it, or if there's a fiscal note. I admit I have not read through the entire bill yet, but I'm curious if that's been provided yet.
I'd like to say you asked me about the one bill I really don't know a lot about, but if there's another question on another bill, I may have to use that again. But let me put a little more information in this week's weekly report on that bill. I think it's fairly early in the process. I think there is some money involved, but I'll expand that definition this week.
That'd be helpful. Yeah. Thanks so much. Board members, other questions or areas of information we want to make sure Mr. Bowditch has? Okay. Superintendent Dorland, anything else you'd like to add? Great. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
coming
Good to
here
see
and
everybody.
providing information to us. We appreciate it. Board members, we're going to take a short break before we move forward with our agenda, and we will come back at 7 p.m. for our next agenda item. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to make a slight shift in our agenda. So we're going to move to agenda item number 6.04, which is a revisit of the charter renewal application for Doral Academy, and to address any remaining questions that the board may have. As you will remember, at the March 1st study session, the board received information regarding the Doral charter renewal, including recommendations from the District Accountability Committee and staff. Representatives from Doral Academy were also present to answer questions in advance of tonight's vote. We have members of the community here this evening as well. Before I hand this over to Ms. Hollison and Mr. McMillan, is there anything you would like to add, Superintendent Dorland?
Yes, I would. I just want to thank Doral Academy's board as well as administration for the partnership. They have been incredibly collaborative with us through this entire process and helping us with answers to many questions that we had and information that we wanted to access from them. And I appreciate them being here this evening. And I do appreciate the partnership that they have offered to us as we've gone through this process together. So with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Tolleson.
Okay. Good evening, board members, Madam Superintendent, and it's good to see you all. And I appreciate that we've got an opportunity to make a quick overview of where we are on and what the recommendation is on this application, because I can tell obviously there's been a lot of interest, and from the questions we've gotten, maybe even some confusion or some effort to force us to be clearer about where things are. So just quick short run through of what we talked through last week, right? We got a renewal application on time, and I know one of the things that came up, so quick divergence here, from their board chair, which is a really great point, is like it's really hard for it to be March and to have this not settled. And our current renewal application cycle and policy is December 1st, which statute certainly allows it to be that late. But by definition, you're at least into February, right? When you have a December or right at the end of January. So one of the things that we're doing is our policy updates is moving that date back to October 1st. There was even a thought of, well, should it be September 15th? And maybe we'll do a little bit of outreach with our charter partners, because when we've at least mentioned that seems to be a source of relief. You know, sometimes you worry that you might be hurrying them too much, pushing for too early, but it sounded like the ability to have certainty before winter break and before enrolled Jeffco opens is in everybody's best interest. So that will be better, and it's a fair criticism. They've had a little bit of enrollment shift since we made these slides. They're currently at 158 students for next school year, as I understand from Mr. McMillan. And all of that has made the budget calculation fluid. For example, you heard, well, with the PPR perhaps improving based on this legislative session, that'll change targets a little bit. And to be clear, while we've talked a lot about enrollment numbers because they do drive revenue, the bottom line analysis and the only thing that's sort of the district's business is ongoing viability, and that budgets balance based on where revenue is. So, because I know we did have some questions of, are we forcing them to hit a specific number? No, we're like, if forcing is the right word, I don't mean for it to be, but to say we are asking that the budget balance and that we ensure, because the only thing that's worse than closing a school at the end of the year is closing a school in the middle of the year. We don't want to close schools ever, right? But so to just be sure that the numbers match enough that they go through a full school year, providing all the programming that's described in the application. That's the expectation. So they're going to their new building, and generally their 5-year projected budget, which is in the materials, just anticipates that while numbers will be a little fluid based on PPR, that it's going to need to grow and grow steadily for them to ensure that they're in a position to have that debt service, offer educational programming, and make all of the numbers work. Okay, so in the building debt, to be clear, that's debt issued secured by some SECFA bonds, the Colorado Educational and Cultural Facilities Authority. So it is not a debt of the district, it belongs to the school. And but we do know their payment schedule gets more and more aggressive, and you'll see that in the materials they submitted. So that's just one of the reasons why the staff recommendation came. Let's have a shorter let's do a 1-year renewal, see where we are, and then see if we can get to that place that does what they hope for. And I think we all hope for is to say it's 5 years, or maybe it's 2 years. But if the numbers are still, if the budget's still balancing, it renews automatically. But the recommendation before you from staff and what's been written into the proposed resolution is based on the idea that we're not quite to that automatic point. And part of it's just simply, a lot of it's the building debt, but even without the building debt, we've certainly got their efforts to staff a robust educational experience for students and the numbers that they say they need to hit, which is $3.9 million-ish next year. And one of the great things that Doral Inc. has done is say, we'll be sure that they have that. If it's not from PPR, if it's not from student enrollment, we are going to ensure that they have that available. And that was one of the conditions we proposed in the resolution, and it's already been satisfied. Okay. Another quick question that we've gotten some from the public is, why is this small school remaining open when we had other district schools closed? And just a quick reminder, our policy FCB that drove our district process for our regional opportunities for thriving schools doesn't apply to our charters because they are not part of the district's sort of big budgetary system, right? When we have a small school, we subsidize it and spend a lot more money per pupil. This is a pass-through, their PPR, and they budget and align their programming to the preferences of their board and their families. Okay, so staff recommendation. It's a 1-year renewal conditioned on written confirmation from Doral Inc. that they're still waiving their management fee. We've got that. Written confirmation from Doral Inc. that they're going to backfill any budget shortfall to ensure that they have the budget they need to get through next school year. Returning at the October board meeting to just see are the numbers there that the budget's balancing. And also the other condition we talked about last week is that we just sort of let the state know what's happening here. Not an action item, just sort of open communication, because if the idea is that there's any assistance or adjustments to be made from the state side of things, that we can do that. So, questions?
All right, board members, what questions do we have? Director Parker.
First of all, I do want to appreciate everybody who came from Doral. You guys were awesome. And I especially like the Von Trapp family presentation there. It was great. I actually wanted you guys to dance for us, but maybe next time. But I appreciate it so much. And I also wanted to address Mr. Anderson's suggestion that we, make it 2 years instead of 1 year. And from what I'm hearing now, the pain, if you will, of having the decision being made, when it was made instead of earlier, I appreciate that we've addressed it. But I don't see that a 2-year renewal at this point versus a 1-year renewal is going to have an impact on that kind of situation. Again, am I correct in that?
Take that.
Well, thank you, Director Parker, and thanks everybody for being here tonight. Appreciate it. We did, as a staff, kick around the idea of a 2-year renewal, and as we drilled down into the possibility of offering a 2-year renewal to you all for consideration, I think your point is well taken, Director Parker. It doesn't make a whole lot of difference over the next 12 to 18 months, whether it's 2 years or 12 to 18 months, because we're still going to be monitoring the trajectory of enrollment of Doral. We're wishing the best. We're hoping for the best. But we would be looking at that trajectory with a view to hopefully having it be self-sustaining without needing to be subsidized by Doral Inc. And so whether it's 1 year or 2 year, I think the process stays the same. So we did consider that 2-year possibility, but again, the process would not be different whether it's 1 year or 2 years.
Just as a sort of side note, one thing I think that could be different is, and we've seen this before, slightly different context, but like, for example, if there are closure conversations that begin with some of our district managed schools, just having the 1 year versus 5 years or 3, whatever that time frame is, I do want to just recognize that it does sort of work against enrollment, or can work against enrollment in some senses, just because parents get concerned about, do I put my kid and do I enroll my kid here or here? And we've seen this with our district managed schools as well. So I do think that there's a nuance there that may be less so having to do with the actual district process of renewal, but just more so there are consequences, I think, that are there. And I don't have evidence for that, but I think we've seen that as a pattern and trend. Did you have other? Oh, sorry.
And President Schooley, just in response to that, I want to be clear. I mean, you guys know this is your decision. And if you decided to say essentially the same terms, 2 years instead of 1, the main thing with regard to those conditions would just be that we need to confirm that Doral Inc.'s pledge would roll into that second year, because the main goal is that fiscal stability. My sense from the Doral representative that came here tonight is they may very well be on board, but right now the documentation we have commits only to next year.
I appreciate that clarification. That's helpful. Director Parker, did you have other questions? Okay, great. Director Miller?
So I'd like to kind of piggyback on that question. I know that we have had in the past, I think the shortest window that we did renew a contract was for 2 years. And I think the rationale for that time when the board did that was for exactly the reason that you're citing, which is we have 12 months, but really it's only 7 months or less than that, right? Because we're just kind of looking to the October count, and then we'll make another 1 year renewal decision at that time. And so I caution the idea that it's a year, because it's really not a year. And so I would be open to the suggestion of a 2-year window with a check-in in October. Are we on the right track? Does Doral Inc. support that 24-month time frame so that we give them the breathing room, since we are a little bit behind the ball in March? I would be open to that idea, to give them that lead, so to speak. Because I think that's been what we have done in the past in situations that have been similar to this. So that's where I would stand.
Dr. Reed.
So a couple of things. One is, my biggest concern about moving to 2 years is that we don't have the assurance of, that Doral will basically make sure that they're whole if there's an issue. And that would mean that we couldn't really vote on that tonight. I don't see how we could vote on a 2-year tonight. And then, this has already been pushed so late, and we're looking at pushing it another month at least, which doesn't seem very fair, and absolutely would create an unfair sense of almost circling a drain. Like, they're never going to figure this out. And I don't think that's a fair position to put them in. The other thing is that whether you're talking about district-run schools or charter schools, I think clear metrics are really helpful to everyone. And I'm not sure I'm clear on the metrics of financial viability here. We were originally told that the break-even point was 270 students, and now we're hearing, well, no, not quite that. Which is fine if there are legitimate reasons to say that that's not the break-even point. I'm not saying that I'm married to 270 as that point, but I do feel like I need to feel like that we have clear metrics on what it means to be financially viable for the long term, because we are going to be back here discussing this again in October, in less than a year. And I don't want this to be mushy, and it feels like it could be. So I am concerned about that.
So, Ms. Reed, I actually appreciate that, because I think it's important not only for staff and the board to have clear metrics around when we say financially viable, what do we mean? I think it's also really important for our charter schools to understand the standard that, we're all looking at and that we're normed. And so I believe that we are working on a framework through the League of Charter Schools that we would utilize in the contract Is that accurate? Ms. Tolson, can you add on to that?
Yes, we've gotten some samples. It's actually from the Colorado Association of Charter School Authorizers to say, here's a framework we use, and it's used by a number of districts tied to the contract to say, here's how we measure financial viability, here's how we measure. And I think there's a similar one on the academic side, but I may have to defer to Mr. McMillan on that.
Yeah, there's templates that we are looking at and that we intend to incorporate in this next cycle of contract renewals, not only with a financial framework that would apply to all charters across the board so that everybody's clear on what the expectations are, but also, as is mentioned, an academic framework, which we are probably going to borrow from the National Association of Charter School Authorizers because they have wonderful templates that we can use. So both of those pieces are things that we do not currently have in place in Jeffco. So it's not as though we had something and didn't use it. The fact of the matter is we did not have those things, and we have now begun to incorporate those things into the next round of charter renewals.
Director Reed, did you have any other questions? Anyone else? I've got just one question, which is if, whatever that metric is that is agreed upon or set. So if there is this, if we approve the staff recommendation, just because that's what is in board docs right now for the 1-year renewal. So can someone describe what is the process then if all is well and we roll through October count and it's good? Then is Doral Academy then expected, do they have to go through the whole process again to resubmit, to renew, okay.
No, thanks for asking that because it does sound like that's been an area of confusion. This would anticipate, they're just literally, it's a 1-year renewal, and what makes it a year is that it goes, because right now they have a charter contract through this June 30th. So they have a new one that goes July 1st to the June 30th, 2024. But in order to go any further than that, they would have a full renewal application due by the new deadline set in policy, which we anticipate is going to be October 1st. That policy hasn't been finalized yet, rather than December 1st. So if you decided to say, and it is labor intensive. I mean, I'm not really sitting here as your lawyer so much as just a person who's been embedded in this process, an unusual amount for the school, right? And so the other thing you'll see districts do, but we have not recommended, is they'll say, if you accomplish X by October, let's say an enrollment number, then it just automatically is another year going forward. This is anticipating a more thorough review than an automatic enrollment-based renewal.
I struggle with having any of our schools needing to take on that, like a full application process that is essentially I can't count clearly, but 6 months, is it 6 months? From right now, that seems, it's not a matter of not having that check and balance in terms of we want to make sure it can be a thriving school experience for students and that all of those things work out, but it seems like for that to trigger then a full enrollment, my preference would be to have a dialogue about what else could that be, whether it's the sort of trigger of, I don't like that word. That word makes me uncomfortable. Try not to use violent language. So whether it, what's another word for that? Initiates, and rolls into another year, or that there are some sort of metrics set for that. That is my personal sort of feeling, because if all of these things happen and they meet those enrollment measures that are set, it just doesn't, it seems then counterintuitive then like now resubmit an entire application. I don't know what the options are, what the in-between options are, but I feel like there should be some conversation around that.
If I may, I would say that between now and October, in terms of a renewal application, however large or small you all choose to direct us, not a whole lot's going to change other than enrollment numbers and budget numbers. So we understand the school, we understand their academic programs, we understand the leadership and the governance of the school. A couple of moving parts would be the Doral question for a second year, perhaps. And beyond that, it's going to be looking at revised budgets and enrollment numbers. So we will follow the direction of the board, whatever you are comfortable with.
Well, and I don't think much needs to change with the application that they've submitted today, other than maybe those few pieces to be updated. So I think if the board says we don't expect everything to look a lot different and for time and energy to be built into a whole new application, but just revisions to the current, that would probably take some burden off of the school from having to rewrite everything.
Yeah, Director Barta.
I just wondered if you could clarify. So in October of 2023, what exactly is it that we want to see and know in order to make a decision then? Sorry, I got a little confused on the numbers and I just don't know where we are with that.
No, and you know what, that's a great question because this has been so fluid for a host of reasons as we've gone along, and even staff's recommendation has started to look a little differently because right now we've been sort of talked about two things. One is in October, we want to see where you really landed for this very next upcoming year, right? By enrollment numbers. But then it's also saying, but we also need a renewal application. And so it may be that those two things duplicate each other too much. So if you wanted to say, let's just get a renewal application, we don't have to check on next year because we know next year Doral Inc. is going to ensure that it's made right, sort of no matter where your number has landed on October 1st.
I think the question I have, so there's the enrollment number, which obviously is attached to the budget, but if that was still not at the place that similar to now, but then Doral Inc. at that point said we would secure another year or something, then would that be where we would be okay with that? Or are we saying that budget number and enrollment is a milestone regardless of that other factor? I just want to know so that we're not deciding that later.
Right.
Yeah.
I think if I may respond, Director Barta, I think what we're saying is the 270 number is the break-even number without any subsidy from Doral Incorporated. So if they hit that number, they don't need the Doral Incorporated subsidy anymore, which gives us some great confidence in the trajectory of the school and how it's going. If they don't hit that 270 number, which is the number they provided to us, and that'll change a little bit because PPR has gone up. Maybe it's 10% less than 270 now because PPR has gone up about that same amount. Doing some back of the napkin math, maybe we're looking at 245. I don't know. We'll work with them on a revised break-even budget. So the idea being, what does the trajectory of enrollment look like at this school? And how confident are we that they're going in the right direction in terms of enrollment and everything else that makes a viable school viable, so that we don't have to go back to Doral Inc. maybe for another year or another 2 years or whatever. And I would reiterate back to the slide that talked about debt service. As I mentioned just now to my colleague here, the chickens don't really come home to roost until year 3. So if you take a look at that, then it's really important that we have I like to use the word trajectory, that we have that trajectory going forward to say this school is not only healthy and viable, but it's growing. That's what we would love to see. Does that help?
I'm very, very hopeful. I've already said this. I'm very hopeful that Doral thrives. So I'm excited to see that happen. I just want to be clear about what we're saying, because let's just say that we get to October and they're at 200, but Doral Inc. still says they would supplement it. Are we saying, well, they didn't show the growth that we wanted, but they're still financially viable, so that's okay? I just want to make sure that we're not holding them then necessarily to that number of 270 if they remain financially viable without that growth. I just want to be clear so that we're not confused when we get there.
Yep. We do not, as a legal matter, get to tell them how big to be, right? But we get to, as an authorizer, ensure that our students are in a school that's financially viable and providing the experience that's been promised in the charter application and submitted budget. So if that helps, I know it's come up, the subject of the Doral Inc. commitment for a second year. We would not have to, for example, if you want a 2-year renewal path, I know Director Reed had mentioned, well, that means, we have to wait another month to get confirmation that that could happen. You wouldn't necessarily, that's what conditional renewals do. They say, this is a 2-year conditional renewal conditioned on by May 1st or whatever date we want to set before the contract's finalized. You have received an updated commitment from Doral. In other words, you could take action tonight and have that condition roll out, and it would just be a condition that would have to be fulfilled before we sign the contract. I just wanted to add that out there for clarity.
What happens if they say no?
Then they would not get a 2-year renewal.
They get the 1
But they would get the 1 year. Okay, I'm like, does that just mean that they're high and dry?
I don't think, since no one's recommending that, that would certainly not be the way that I would expect to construe that.
So you could keep the language the same that would say Doral Inc. has said that they're going to keep them financially viable through the 23-24 year. And if there was the ability for them to come back, if we said they came back and said for 2 years, then that would be the opportunity to say, and if that happens, it could go for 2 years. That would be but if they said no, then we would just stick with the 1 year.
Yeah, and I would envision writing it, taking the existing resolution that talks about the 1-year renewal,
right,
and saying that the renewal would be for 2 years if Doral Inc. would satisfy those same conditions for that second year. If you all chose to do that, because this really is entrusted to your discretion.
So in terms of process, I'm trying to keep all the process pieces straight. We vote for, the vote right now is for what is listed in the consent agenda. And there could be opportunity then to add conditional language to that after today.
What I would recommend is to remove it from consent and say, we want to make some changes to the way it's on the consent agenda, structure it with a 2-year option as long as Doral stands ready to provide that support. And we would just adjust the resolution.
Otherwise, it would stay the same.
With the understanding that we could have language around the resubmission to create less of a burden for if there was 1 year still, because they would be resubmitting in October.
Right. You could say a supplement to the existing application that updates the budget and the student enrollment or something like that. So that'd be another option.
If you do a 1 year, you have the opportunity in the new timeline, which is the October 1st resubmission, to extend it and renew again. If you do the 2 year, then you wouldn't.
That's right. We'd be looking at a resubmission in October 24.
You could build in conversation and check-ins, but you would not be in a position to renew or non-renew that contract until October of 24 instead of October of 23.
But that would only be if the Doral guaranteed the funding, right? So the financial viability, which is why we are here right now, is that from a financial, going back to Director Varda's point, which was what exactly are those benchmarks that we are looking at? So if, for example, you came in at 240 and you were still financially viable and you did not draw, I'm just using an example, you did not draw on the Doral parent or the supporter, that guarantor. So you kept moving and then you went automatically to the next year with the guarantee still in place from Doral, that still gives you that window. If they don't hit the target, the Doral guarantee is still in place for that year.
Assuming we get it.
Assuming we get it. Yeah, we couldn't do it unless they say yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I'm just saying it gives us flexibility since we're at March and October is coming up, and we'd still have to have those numbers to us to show us that they are financially viable with their budget.
Okay. So for right now, are there other questions? We're not directing anything at this point because that is currently on consent. Are there any other clarifying questions or comments that we need or want, not need maybe, before we move forward? Is everyone appropriately?
Could I make a clarifying statement on 270 or not?
Typically not, but do you have like a number you want to yell out? Or I think that it's less about the specific number and more about
Financial viability.
Financial viability, I think, is the question we're trying to get around.
We did the break-even budget for next school year based on Tom's email last Friday saying the PPR went from 9,863 to 10,248, and then that 270 number would now be 257.
Great, thank you.
So it flows depending on what the PPR is, and that means how the financial viability of it.
And the PPR is still something we're keeping our eye on. There's no like guarantee on that PPR.
Right.
I think one of the things we need for Julie before we get to consent, so she can do some work, maybe during the next agenda item, is direction on, do you want some decision-making to happen from the board in October of 2023, or assuming we have financial support from Doral Inc. for 2 years, would you rather have board decision-making in November of 2024? I think that's really what it comes down to in terms of the board's ability to make a decision. That does not mean that you don't have an ability to monitor, discuss, understand what's going on, and have oversight. But it really is about your decision to authorize or not authorize. And so you could make that decision in October of 23, November of 23, in time for enrolled Jeffco and staffing for staff and families. Or you can do a 2-year and you'd be making it in 24 with probably a check-in or 2 next year. And obviously assuming if we have some financial support that's coming the school's way.
Okay, so I'm going to need some real clear direction here so that we can make sure that what is on consent or whatever, if it's pulled, is accurate, and so that we're not chasing, that we provide clarity, not just for staff, for the Doral community, because the timing is tricky at this point, and I think we need to move forward on this. So, preferences, please. What you would like to see show up on our agenda for a vote.
I would say if we can, how to modify this, if we can have Doral, trying to echo what you said, and I don't know if I say it right. If we can have Doral say yes, they would support them for that 24 months or whatever that term is, then I could go forward with 2 years with the option that we have a check-in and that we're tracking closely with what their financial viability is. I want to try to tie it to what we want right now, but giving them the flexibility that if they hit it, we also want to keep Doral with us. So that they're financially viable, but I want that guarantee for the 2 years, not just the one off and then they're done. That's where I would be.
Okay. Other board members? Director Parker?
Well, as far as getting the 2-year commitment, how would we get it tonight to make that change on a consent?
It would be conditional according with what?
It would be conditional language included. If this, then, or not, then this.
I mean, I think it would basically say something like what it currently says, which is a 1-year renewal with the option to enter into a 2-year renewal, assuming financial support.
1-year renewal. Number 5 says it's only 1 year, it's not 2.
I know, but I think Mary's asking, how would we get to 2 years tonight if we can't get a guarantee of the 2 years? So I would say that it would continue to say 1 year with the option of 2 years if by May 1st, April 20th, whatever, you name it. We have Doral Inc. verifying that it would support financially for 2 years as needed.
Make sure the mics
We need
are on.
time. I'm sure Doral Inc. and Doral and the district all need time to talk about this. So Doral Inc. may come back and say, we're not able to do that. And so if they're unable to do that, it will revert back to the 1 year, and you'll again have a decision in front of you this coming October. In a month.
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And
like, give us 30 days or so, right? Maybe 6 weeks.
It have to be before June 30th.
We need everybody to talk about it. So Mary, you would basically be approving a 1 year with the, and basically letting us know that we could enter into a 2 year with them and defer your next decision as an authorizer until October of 24.
So if we got that financial agreement or what's the word the commitment, thank you. But say in October, the student count was 120 for the next year. We couldn't make a decision at that point.
that's right.
That's right, because we will be on our 2 year contract.
Right. So I would say because of that, I think it ties our hands too much, because I think it's a combination, for me anyway, of financial viability and backing and the student experience there. If they're, and I think since it's also a K-12 school, it would, in my mind, kind of matter, are there pockets of no students in certain grades, or how is it distributed, especially for a low enrollment? Because we had that low enrollment of 5 first graders. So anyway, so I guess what I'm saying is I am uncomfortable with not being able to look at the enrollment this coming October.
Other board members' preference, or what direction would you like to give?
So the reason I agree with that, we never talk about our schools as just buckets of money. And it's making me a little uncomfortable to talk about the school just as a bucket of money and not anything else. We talk about the experience of the kids and their growth rates, their academic progress. I think we should think of schools in terms of the kids first and their experience. But the other part of it, and I would say this for anything that came before us, we don't vote on a lot of things that are conditional. I can't remember doing this before where we said, we're only going to go through with this if this other thing happens. We vote with a lot more data and information and security about that. So this is a very unusual way for us to vote. So I'm not, I didn't know this would come before us, and I'm not sure that that's a good practice for us to start doing.
Just by way of information, it is actually reasonably common in the charter authorizing world. A lot of times, maybe a school hasn't secured a facility yet, and we're saying your charter's approved for 5 years, conditioned on you finalizing your lease by a date certain. You see that a lot in charter authorizing. I know it's otherwise pretty unusual in the world of the decision making that you all undertake. And that's not to say you need to go one way or the other, but it's not as strange as it might sound. And you'll probably hear it again right as we go through charter new school applications, renewal applications.
Did you want to add to that, Superintendent Doran, or else we can? Sure, Director Reed.
Okay, can I add to this? So, boy, this is just, it's very complicated. And in a way, I know this sounds terrible. I don't mean it to sound the way that it does, but in a way, charters are sort of a bucket of money because they get to decide how they're going to spend that. They decide what the thriving student experience is. And, and people come in knowing that that's how it's being defined in that particular situation. So, like, we don't make those calls if I'm understanding how we work. So I guess my big concern is that we end, it just keeps getting mushier. I don't like that. I don't like the idea that, so if we say 2 years, but then it's clearly not showing the growth that it needs to, are we back in a situation where, granted, it's not a school that's necessarily in our purview, but we're still just stepping back and watching a school slowly bleed out? But I also want to give them the opportunity to be successful. If we do the year that we've talked about, because I feel like that's what I was prepared to come in to do, that I'd done my thinking about and I'd really looked at. And I already feel like even with that year, I'm not clear on the metrics. So I'm really not clear on the metrics for 2 years. But if we go with the year and it's looking like, hey, they're building up the number of students that they have, it looks like we're working toward financial viability within whatever framework it is that we're building. Because I'm just like super uncomfortable with the idea that I don't know what that framework is. Then we can say, if we need to go to Doral again and they say yes, then we can do that later. I just, given the fact that I just feel like there's so much that is unclear here, 2 years of unclear just doesn't seem wise to me. So that's where I am on that.
Okay. But can I ask a question that I think what you said, Tom, was if they show with their enrollment that, maybe this is a check-in, I don't know, if they show with their enrollment that they don't need the Doral backup, that they don't need any draw on Doral, that would show that they are financially viable, right? That's a benchmark that says they are viable, break even. So they didn't need it for the 23-24. We still had it in place, but they hit I don't know the number, but they hit their revenue amount, their dollar amount that they needed to meet their budget. And that enrollment number can vary, just depending on PPR. So Doral is healthy for that year without draw. Then we carry it for the second year. They'd still have to meet that benchmark, ideally, that they are independent and don't need a draw on the Doral corporate. So to me, the benchmark is really enrollment has to meet the budget. That's my benchmark. It doesn't matter if it's 270. It doesn't matter if it's 199 or 205. The ideal is that they are able to be financially viable and not have to draw on Doral, right? That's where we are, right?
If I might respond, I think that's where, in my mind, financial viability is met. That you are able to survive and pay all your bills as and when they're due based on the children who you have enrolled at that time.
Right.
So, yes, whatever that break-even number would be based on the new PPR number, whether it's 270 or 245 or whatever it is, that's the benchmark where we would say this school is now financially viable and does not need a subsidy from anywhere.
Right. But the subsidy gives me comfort that the children will not be left in, that's the whole point. The school will not close in December. Regardless, is that school stays open either for that 12 months or that 24, whichever way we go. But the point being, we know as a board that our benchmark is the viability of the school with the students that they have in their walls.
So let me just weigh in real quick, and then we'll turn it over to you, and then we're going to move forward because Do
you wanted to?
Okay, so I'm trying to really think about this in terms of, because it is a different animal in terms of how we interact and engage with charter school community. And this notion around financial viability, I think, especially from the study session, at least for me, I got very stuck on the numbers presented because that's what was presented to us. This is what we need. This is where we are. And that's the game. And so I am in support of a 2-year with the condition that there will be, if there is need for Doral Inc. to support the school as it grows toward its enrollment projections that create that financial viability, to give that slightly longer runway. The timing is what is making me uncomfortable because it is so quick between now and October. And I am very sensitive, I think, about how these conversations impact enrollment if there's not a little bit more time to give that grace. The other part that makes me uncomfortable is that we just voted to close a bunch of schools for low enrollment. So that I have a little bit, just my internal struggle of attaching a specific number for enrollment to viability, because we're the ones that are, the way in which we're subsidizing schools is very different than with our charter community, because that is not a subsidy that we don't have small school subsidies for charter schools. So I also want to be very cognizant that it is different. And I also don't want, I want students to have robust classrooms. And if that is being funded from a different source than the district while enrollment grows, I'm comfortable with that. I would like to make sure that we have a really clear communication going back and forth, because so that we can have clear communication around what we're making decisions on. So that is my preference at this time. And I'm going to turn it over to you. Okay. Yes. Go.
I feel like what you just said is the opposite of what Director Miller just said. Director Miller commented on having clear benchmarks for enrollment, and I don't understand where the benchmarks for enrollment come in if we get a commitment from Doral Inc. in a month that says they will fund it for the following year, then who cares what the enrollments are? Why do we care? So I'm not comfortable with that approach, because I care about what you just explained, that these enrollments are good benchmarks for us to understand the viability of the school. So I feel like it's one or the other. So because if we aren't focused on enrollments, but we're focused on whether Doral Inc. will fund them the following year, we don't care about the enrollment. So it's not both. It can't be.
Yeah, I don't think that's what I said. So what I'm talking about is that commitment for the conditional second year is around, as we work toward, we use a very strong word for Doral, but as the school works toward building enrollment to that level of sustainability, that break-even level where the school is self-supporting through their enrollment, which those numbers are going to change because the dollar amounts change, that we need for them to be supported while they're built. They clearly are not there yet with 158, right? I think was what we said for current enrollment. So what I'm saying is that commitment allows for there to be a little bit more space between now and October of the same year, that they're going to be sort of building during that time to get to that level of sustainability.
So just this, it's the same question I asked before. So if we get to a point where we've agreed on an enrollment benchmark and they're not there, but they have the funding, are we okay with that? And that's what I'm saying. We need to pick, because so in this scenario, maybe it's not October, maybe that's too soon. So whatever it is, if they're not growing as a school, but they have Doral Inc. says we'll fund them for the next 10 years. Is that okay? Is that what we're voting on? Is that
No, we're voting on one. Basically, it's finishing out the one school year, and it's an additional 6 months. I mean, if you think about where we are in time, right now. Yeah, exactly. I don't disagree with you. I mean, we can't set those enrollment benchmarks because I don't. That is something that the school brought to us, and so I think the enrollment benchmark is this: can you run a fully thriving school without having a subsidy from Doral Inc.?
So I do think it's more complicated than just an enrollment benchmark, especially because there are a lot of variables that can be adjusted and tweaked. So on the screen right now, you see their loan payments, and those might change over time. Hopefully they don't, because they've gotten into this circumstance with the finances. But depending upon what payments they have on their capital, what programming they decide to offer, what their enrollment is. I mean, all of our schools adjust programming based on enrollment. They may come back in October of 23 or October of 24, depending upon what you all decide here this evening, and say, you know what, we can do this as a K-5. And then we're financially viable. I mean, it's one of these things where it's like it's an equation, and they can change variables to make it work for them and their families. And they may have a K-1-2 classroom that's all combined, and their families still want to go there. And we may say for a district school, we don't want 3 grade levels in a classroom. We don't think that's an extraordinary student experience. But there may be families at Doral who do want to do that. And there is no, I'm going to speak like right now as Julie, but so correct me if I'm wrong, but there is no authority that the board has to non-renew a charter school based on an enrollment target. So if their enrollment target drops or they don't hit it, but they come back to you with a different way of becoming financially viable, then we have to have the legal advice to understand what your authority is in a situation like that or not. So for me, it really is a question of timing and when you want to make a decision again about authorizing this school. And is it in the fall of 23? And then they'll be coming to you with different variables. They'll be coming to you with how they plan to make these payments, how they plan to fund programming in the school, what their enrollment is. We can look at their student performance data, which we'll have from this year's assessments, and other things within the statute that you can contemplate as you make this decision. And Julie can give you a summary of that in a second. Or do you want that, to what Stephanie was just saying, do you want to give them a little bit longer, move into their new building, and work on that enrollment number and the modeling and the programming that they think they can fit within the demand that they have for enrollment, and make that decision in 2024. That's the guidance I think we need from you.
So, and I feel like we'd be comfortable with that. What we've been talking about is saying there is a condition here that if Doral Inc. says next month that they will fund it for longer, that all of those things you said wouldn't matter for some time. So I just want to make sure it's not written that way. Then it's written the way you just described. That's how I would feel comfortable. Because all of that matters, and that's what we care about, and because that impacts our kids. So not just whether someone's willing to just fund them for year after year after year. So I want to make sure that we're not just writing a condition that if that happens next month, we're all going to just look the other way because someone's.
I don't think you're saying that. And just think about this. I mean, sometimes we get
written that way.
Sometimes we get like so focused on what's in front of us. Last month, you all approved 3 charter schools for a 5-year renewal, right? So a 2-year renewal is not a long length of time. It is longer than a year, right? And so I don't hear the board saying, as long as they have funding support, we don't care about anything else. That's not what I hear you saying.
Director Parker.
I need a clarification on the funding support that they get from Doral Inc. that they've committed to. That doesn't include, or does it include, Doral Inc. helping them to pay off make these loan payments? It does.
Sure. So what Doral Inc. has committed to, at least for this next year, is to subsidize their budget so that it balances. And that would include debt service. That includes keeping the lights on. That's everything.
Right. But once again, going back to the financial viability, the idea is that we don't want to draw on Doral. The idea is that we want to be able to have enrollment, wrong word, the revenue sufficient to meet the viability of what you're delivering in the school, all of the descriptions of what the children said today, and what we saw before, and they pay on their debt service. That's, to me, financial viability. Saying to Doral Inc., we've met everything else, but we'll let you pay on our debt, then that's not financially viable. Thank you. Right. And I'll go back to the past 7 years. When we look at their finances, they have not paid the management fee or whatever that fee was that's been waived, but they've been paying everything else. They've met everything else. And, it was Durrell's choice to waive it or not. I don't know. I was not part of those negotiations. That's their world. But if we know now what financial viability means to us, then we should be able to give them the runway and then know, hey, you know what? You didn't meet your debt service the second year. Oh, well, then that's our benchmark. I think that way it's, they meet it their first year, they have the right enrollment, but the second year they had to draw. Well, then they were not financially viable. And I think that's clear. Then we know. That's where I am.
Yep. So it sounds like we have some board direction and some language that it sounds like everyone, like that you understand and that we can tweak while we're listening to the next couple of presentations so that it will be amended on the consent agenda. Is that correct?
That is correct. And one other option, even though it would add a few more minutes to this very brief meeting, is you could pull the item from consent. We could read through it. You could vote. You could handle it outside the consent agenda, and that might create greater clarity, but that's up to you all. Or I will put it in board docs updated, and you all may see it and say it's fine and leave it on consent. But from listening to this conversation, I'll have a healthy skepticism about that.
Yeah, my assumption is that we would be pulling it from consent because I don't see
It's
how.
not sitting, because right now it doesn't have this language in it.
Right.
And so
We
I
have
would
to
think
go
we would
over it.
have to pull it to make sure that
We will have, yeah,
All right.
that's what I was going to say.
That's the plan.
Okay, so yeah, if you could do that, that would be awesome. Thank you very much for doing that. And we will make sure we take a break before that piece just to make sure there are any questions that we need to get language tweaks.
Can I say one more thing?
Of course.
I do want to just publicly acknowledge the board because I think this is incredibly complicated. I think it is evidence that our decline in school-age population in Jeffco is impacting our charters and it is impacting our district schools. And to your point, Stephanie, and I think the advice that Ms. Tolson's given you, your role as a board is very different with charter schools than it is with district schools. All of that being, one more thing. This whole charter public school issue can be highly politicized, especially for elected officials like yourselves and folks like me who are in political positions. I have to commend the board publicly by saying that as we have led up to this conversation and this decision for you, every single one of you have made this issue about the students and the staff and the families at Durrell. And I have not had one conversation with any board member that was anything but what is going to be good for our families. And I just want to say that publicly because you all deserve a lot of credit for, I think, honoring your value, our value of students first, in what I think can oftentimes become a highly politicized and very difficult decision. So thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, wonderful. You have some work that we've created for you. So thank you for doing this. And we will move on to our next agenda item while that's happening, which is around, now I'm all, the dialogue with our financial oversight committee. So for our next presentation, and I want to make sure that we say thank you to allowing for this change in scheduling. The board will hear from the District Financial Oversight Committee regarding second quarter financial report, the second quarter financial report, among other financial developments in the district's fiscal well-being. Representatives from the Financial Oversight Committee are present to answer questions and engage in discussion. So before I hand it over to Ms. Copeland, is there anything that you would like to add, Superintendent Dorland?
I think we should get this show on the road.
Okay, let's go. Thank you.
All right, so Brenna Copeland, Chief Financial Officer here with the chair of the FOC. We did have another FOC member who was supposed to come, and unfortunately, some of the time changes impacted her ability to come due to a kid's sporting event. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jessica.
Hi, I'm Jessica Keene. I'm the chair of the FOC. This is my second time being in front of you, but I want to thank you for the opportunity to dialogue. The last time I came to see you in the fall, we had some direction from you about wanting to take a look at the district's kind of treatment of reserves. And our committee got some really great discussion and dialogue around reserves. We were able to look at what other districts in our state do, and it's a pretty wide variety. We saw all the way down to 1% up to 10% of reserves that districts keep on hand of unassigned reserves. And after looking at all of that, we felt like the best thing to do would be to stay the course. Currently, the district policy has 4% of unassigned reserves to be maintained, and we felt like at this point in time, it didn't make sense to make a change. Hearing tonight about all the unknowns that can be impacted, having that reserve gives the district some flexibility to handle unknowns. And so we as a committee felt like it was better to keep things as is for now. The other thing that we, as you know, all of the work is interconnected, and the policy review work that goes along with this called out some other categories of reserves that we felt like maybe didn't need to be called out as a separate thing. I think those were like childcare and a few other funds that it didn't entirely make sense to us to call those something different and reserve them at a different level. So our recommendation as far as those was to group them all as one thing. So, yeah. So with that, is there any questions for us as a committee? I mean,
It's a broad us. You're
Yeah,
like us.
right,
We are
right.
here. Just yes. And I don't know, Director Bart, if there's anything you wanted to contribute since you've been participating on FOC or
Was there as well.
and Director Parker.
It was just helpful to hear the committee talk through this, all the pros and cons, and go up to, and there's a little, even like, not disagreement so much, but like this, just trying to figure it all out together. So I think that reasoning made a lot of sense, and it was helpful to hear the reasoning of the committee to make this decision. So that gave me comfort in the recommendation as well. I don't know.
Great. Director Parker, is there anything else you'd like to add from the meetings? And
No, I agree. I was happy to be part of that discussion. I really appreciated it, and I really appreciate all the work that you're doing. And I don't have any questions.
Does anyone have any questions or other comments that they would like to start us off with? Director Miller?
I was not at that meeting. So I guess one of the questions I have is that when we're looking at the $30 million budget reduction plan, did you all, and I guess it's directed to you guys too, did you talk about the what ifs in terms of, for example, what if we can't sell a couple of properties within 24 months? What does that do? Or do we have a consideration if we're pushing out then our capital transfer another year or two? I mean, did you kind of do plan A, plan B? I'd just be curious what the conversation was around the $30 million and the what ifs.
So I'm not sure that we were looking at what all the different scenarios that could happen. I think, just like anything could happen. We were, I think, wanting to be more on the conservative side of things and try to front load as much of the reductions as we could, knowing that you don't know what's happening in 3 years. We know what's happening, hopefully, next year. And the more of that we can handle now, the better.
Just trying to recall that conversations. There's so many meetings between then and now, but I remember the deficit came up, and one thing that the committee was concerned with was that we voted on a deficit budget without having the reduction plan in place then, but Ms. Copeland, sorry, I was trying to say your first name, is correcting that, and so it's not a good policy, obviously, to do that, and that's what happened, and so it's starting to be, it's being corrected. So we talked about that. I didn't talk much about that. The committee talked about this in the FOC, and what that looks like to have corrected that. We didn't go, again, I didn't talk much, but they did not go into much detail about the what ifs, but more of like, what is this process when you have a deficit and then come up with a plan to backfill it? And are we doing that well? What is that plan? Is it strong? So a little bit of like, where is that going? But not specifically like, if we don't sell in 2 years, what if then? So I think it's a good suggestion for a future conversation, which would fit well in, it seems like, to the direction that the FOC is thinking about going.
So as a follow-up then, when we're looking at we have a deficit this year, that we have a plan to fix this deficit. Taking that point, we're looking into next year, we will have further deficit. So are we expecting the FOC to help us think through the plan for that as well? Or how are you envisioning that, Ms. Copeland?
Yeah. So first of all, I just want to thank the FOC for their November recommendation, which, if I recall, it was kind of ahead of some of our other planning, and they did encourage the board to consider, they were kind of looking at that multi-year gap and the fact that it grew, and they said sort of it gets to as large as 50, 60, and the FOC said, hey, we'd love for you to bridge at least half the gap. Roughly, I don't remember the precise numbers in their recommendations. It's in board docs. I think it was close to 25 million or thereabouts. And so they were thinking in the multi-year in that recommendation that they previously provided, which was what's a step in the direction of addressing the multi-year. So it is something we've talked about. And then also in preparing for the FY24 budget, and I'm delighted to hear this, they've already said to me, but we know we need to look past FY24 and also be looking at FY25. And so it is very much in our next series of meetings that we'll be looking again at a multi-year and really thinking about what are the stepwise chunks, if you will, that we can do without, and part of the conversation is we don't want to be so disruptive to the programs we're currently delivering, but we still want to be thoughtful and judicious and take some significant steps to cut our recurring costs.
That's helpful. And I'm also thinking for 24, that's the end of our ESSER. And so we'll have spent quite a bit of money on different programs and opportunities, and thinking how sustainable, I know we've talked about this before, the sustainability of the curriculum, professional development, ongoing tutoring if we have to. Thank you, Dr. Kim. That all of that is kind of coming to us fast. And so how we right size, going to use your term, that's got to be something I'm sure you all are thinking about and looking at. So I'm glad you're thinking multi-year with the intention of how do we continue to support our children and our teachers and staff. So thank you.
Other questions? And I want to echo, thank you all for all the members of FOC and our district committees. It's incredibly helpful for the board to have that advice and guidance. So we appreciate your time greatly. Any other questions or comments that folks want to make? Okay. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Thanks for spending it with us this evening. Okay, so we will move along to item 6.03. As a reminder to the board and our listening public, on March 1st of this year, district staff recommended that the board vote tonight to surplus former Jeffco Elementary School sites Allendale Elementary in Arvada and Zerger Elementary in Westminster. Staff will briefly review the information presented on March 1st and respond to any remaining questions the board may have prior to the vote. We have Ms. Lisa Verlew, who will be presenting information, Chief Strategy and Communication Officer. Before I hand it over to Ms. Verlew, Superintendent Dorland, anything you'd like to add?
No, Ms. Verlew, let's get going.
Okay. Thank you, President Schooley, and I have with me Shannon Fitzgerald, who is consulting with us on this work, and appreciate her support. So this is, I think, the third or fourth time we've come to the board on the property disposition, and I just want to say thank you to the board for the thoughtful comments and feedback that have helped us sort of get to this point where we are asking you to surplus some properties. So just a quick reminder to the public that as part of the Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools resolution that the board passed in November, part of that asked the district to commit to an engagement process regarding the disposition of property. So we recommended last week that the board vote to surplus Allendale and Zerger, and then if you do, we commit to running a process around community engagement and working with municipalities around the sale or lease of our buildings. So the two properties we have brought to you today both meet some criteria that we have put forward for these properties, that students affected by closures in the area have been successfully accommodated by other schools, that operational schools within a 3.5-mile radius have adequate space for more students, and that long-term enrollment projections do not indicate significant growth. I just want to remind the board that both of these schools have been closed for some time. Allendale Elementary School closed in 2021 in the spring, and we have been successfully serving students from this attendance area and other. It now has a new boundary. So it's in the Arvada West articulation area. You can see some more information about it here, as well as the CIP improvements that were made to the building, the condition of the building, capacity, that kind of thing. So within 3.5 miles of Allendale, we have a lot of other neighborhood schools that serve elementary school students. In addition to that, we have closed 4 other schools nearby that are also will be vacant in the very near future. So this slide shows you that we feel rather confident that we do have the ability, even as we move forward, to serve these students in other schools, and we have the capacity to do that. Zerger closed in 2012, thank you, and it has been home to Doral Charter Academy, who you've heard from earlier this evening, and they have a new building, and they will be moving out of ours this summer, and so this building will become vacant. This is in the Stanley Lake articulation area, and it has had no CIP improvements, and like we've said, the vacancy date is expected to be June of this year. We have a lot of other schools in the area that are currently operational and will remain operational, serving students, and then we have several additional open buildings in the area, some of which overlap with Allendale because the areas are not too far apart, where buildings will be vacant starting at the end of this school year. And again, we feel very confident that we have the capacity to serve students in other buildings, which is why we're asking you to surplus Zerger today as well. Once you make a decision about surplus, that kicks off our detailed and very comprehensive process around municipal and community engagement. We have talked about this in previous meetings, but just some highlights. We will have an information community meetings session for community members to learn more about our process. We have an advisory committee, and we will be inviting neighbors, local folks in the area to join that advisory committee on an ad hoc basis. We'll be opening up an intent to propose process where people can submit their ideas to either buy or lease our building, and those proposals will be reviewed publicly. There'll be opportunities for the community to learn more about them, for the community to provide some input and feedback into the advisory committee evaluation process, and eventually that will be keeping the board posted along the way, and eventually it will lead to us entering into negotiations with one or more folks who are interested in buying or leasing our building, and ultimately the board will then at that point, once we have gone through negotiations, make another decision about
the use of that building. So there are 2 points in this process where the board makes decisions. And we will keep the board posted along the way. And our timeline for round 1, which is what we're in right now, is that if you all approve the surpluses tonight, our consultants who I mentioned last week, CRL, who are working with us, they work specifically with organizations to work with municipalities, have begun setting up meetings with our Urbana and Westminster city leaders, and we'll start going from there. I do want to share with, as the board knows, and as I said last time, our bread and butter in business is educating students. It's not being real estate moguls. So we are getting the help that we need in this process to do this well, and we had primed the board that we would only bring forward a few properties because we got to try this out, see how it works, get your feedback, get the public's feedback as we move forward to future rounds. And our next contemplated round would be August. We also anticipate that round 1 might not be done as we start round 2, because I think as we've been told, these processes can take quite a long time as potential people who would lease or sell or buy our building need to figure out things like zoning and how, they need to work with our municipalities as well. So it could be a lengthy process, but we are committed to being transparent and communicating with the public about that process, especially our neighbors. So the rest of these slides are the ones I showed last week, and I'm happy to answer. If you have questions before you vote, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Great. Thank you both for coming back and doing this review of some of the information that we've been presented. Board members, any questions or comments before we move forward? Oh, sorry, Director Parker.
Thank you. Given that we have a lot of different options, and so the amount of revenue that we'll get from these 2 surplus properties can vary, is there a point in time where we will get an appraisal on those properties?
Yes, we will have appraisals done. We will be, one of the folks we'll be working with is a commercial real estate broker, and we will be setting a sale price on the properties that will be publicly shared. And it could be, we've talked about, because as you say, Director Parker, there are many different uses, it could be a range of prices depending on what the property is potentially used for. And so we will have some sort of idea around sale price or lease price.
And where in the process would that happen?
It will happen. We anticipate it happening before we open up the intent to propose, so folks know what they would be committing to from a financial standpoint.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you both. Much appreciated. Okay, we're going to take a brief break so that we can make sure we have all of our language and ducks otherwise in a row, and then we will return by 8:30 to complete the rest of our agenda. All right, welcome back, everyone. Yes, we are going to do this thing that I'm going to do right now. So we're moving on to our consent agenda. And items 7.01 through 7.34 are presented in board docs as a proposed consent agenda. Do I have any requests to remove any items from the consent agenda? Yes. Oh, Paula.
Okay, sorry. It just took me a second. I was shifting and toggling and all the things. I move to approve items 7.01 through 7.14 and 7.16 through 7.34 on the consent agenda as published in board docs.
Great, so this just to clarify, so it's the removal of item 7.15. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, it has been moved and seconded to approve item 7.01 through 7.14 and 7.16 through 7.34 on the consent agenda as published in board docs. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Barta?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to now turn to the item that was pulled from consent agenda. Item 7.15 is the amended contract renewal for Doral Academy. Do I have a motion on this item?
I move to approve item 7.15 as newly amended and posted in board docs.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All right, discussion.
This still doesn't seem to have metrics in it at all. We were just talking about that we don't want to set ourselves up where we're basically just saying, as long as somebody is willing to supplement this, it can go on indefinitely. And that seemed like in our previous discussion that we were specifically trying to avoid that.
Ms. Tollison, you want me to turn it over to you and you can maybe explain some of the additional language?
Absolutely. What this is designed to capture is that when you talked about a runway to financial independence, right? A runway to see if they can grow into being self-sustaining. What this says, instead of giving them sort of the 1 year where they get renewed with the agreed support of Doral Inc., it can be 2 years if they get the support of Doral Inc. At that point, they go through a full renewal process where you'd have a reevaluation of what's happened. And the other thing is we'd also be appending our new sort of financial metrics to the charter contract. So it certainly isn't designed to make an indefinite commitment that with somebody else's money they would operate forever, but it is designed to capture what I thought I heard, which is that 1 year is particularly difficult because of the message it gives for enrolling students and all of the things that you all talked about. So as long as they would have enough support to get through that second year at the level of programs and services proposed in their budget, that it would be 2 years instead of 1. So that's what it's capturing right now.
So let me just make sure that I understand that. So what I'm hearing you say is that what we are saying with this is you get 2 years if Doral will make you whole for 2 years. At the end of that 2 years, or toward the end, you're going to resubmit your renewal application. And if that resubmission does not show financial viability, then Doral will be closing. If you do have financial viability all on your own with no more supplementing from an outside source, then Doral continues. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's right. The one thing it doesn't do is capture the full, kind of prejudgment on the future application, for lack of a better term. Instead, we know that by statute and by board policy, a renewal application has to meet certain standards. And one of them, by then you'll have 2 more school performance frameworks, for example, right? There's been this debated conversation between the DAC and the school. Staff didn't really weigh in on it. is the academic performance and growth there? You'd be looking at that. You'd be looking at financial practices. And the general umbrella that statute uses is renewal decisions about the best interest of the district, the students, and the community. So all of that is still there. It's essentially just making the runway longer.
So the metrics do not go into this resolution, as they were not in this resolution to begin with.
Right.
The metrics go into the renewal process.
Exactly. Just think of the renewal resolutions that were on consent last month on the other 3 schools, where I think there were a lot fewer complexities. It didn't speak to sort of what are the conditions of your next renewal. It's like, what are the conditions of this one?
And in the meantime, I would just add that we are working, as Ms. Tollison mentioned previous this evening, on clear frameworks and metrics within our contract as we renew contracts with charter schools. So this work we're doing with the, not league.
The CACSA, Colorado Association of Charter School Authorizers. So it's folks like you all that are in the authorizing side of the charter world.
That those metrics you're looking for, Ms. Reed, would be more clearly articulated in the contract that we go under with Doral for this next 1 or 2 years, depending upon what happens in the next month or so. That's where they would be placed, not necessarily in this resolution, which I think is what you were saying.
Did you have any follow-up questions for that? Because I know we're moving kind of quickly with changing documents. I want to make sure that there's clarity for folks.
So I guess what I want to make sure that when we do the metrics, that we are, I think there's a sense that we need to be checking in on this so that the revenue of the first year with whatever enrollment is realized is able to meet the operating expenses and the debt service for this year or for the fiscal year coming up. That to me is a package that we as a board would be able to look at and evaluate.
Right. And I guess one of the questions is, and we can embed it here, but we could also put it in the contract.
I was just thinking for the metric that in the contract, that's something that we would hold to. We'd know what it is so that staff would not have this, I can't remember how it was phrased, but spongy or mushy kind of uncertainty. We'd have, no, this is the metric. This is what they know they have to go for. And we would have then that metric or rubric that we'd be able to check off. So it's defined for us and everybody knows what that is.
Right. And that's
that's in the contract.
Yes.
I mean, just to make sure everyone can.
When is this written in the contract? Right now?
So no, the contract is something that the 2 sides negotiate in the next 90 days.
Oh.
So aligned to the board's direction.
And so in the contract, you would negotiate that for us with that understanding.
Right.
Just one thing I think is missing when it says, sorry, I'm just trying to find it. It's approved through 24-25, confirming if Doral confirms in writing that it will waive its management fee. We don't have a by date, and we had said by April something. I just don't see it.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't put a date in there because I guess I was thinking we just wouldn't enter into the contract. But you're right. I think we should specify a date. So.
And then, if Doral does not say yes for the second year by that date,
right?
Then what?
Then
then we go to 1 year.
Exactly.
Okay.
It would revert to the original language.
Yeah.
So, questions? Any other questions and comments? Good. The date that adding in here?
Yeah. What is the date we're adding?
I'll say no later than.
Oh, I was looking on the screen as if I could read it.
Okay. Yeah, I think we need some paragraph numbers still in a couple of our paragraphs. Yes. No, it's totally possible as long as we've got a clear vote on content. So I'm just checking with you all because there's no doubt you redline things and you wind up with a typo here and there, and we need our paragraphs renumbered. But approval of the content.
And then they could be format changes can be made post approval. Okay. Any other questions? sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. I'm just trying to make sure that we all have the clarity that we need around this to move forward.
I agree with Danielle. I think we need the date when that.
Is your thing on?
So I am adding April 1st.
She's adding it in. Yeah.
2023. Oh, yeah.
See, you're looking up there too. It's not even up there.
I know. I have to scroll to where I just.
So April 1st, 2023.
Yep. I put it in there somewhere. Yeah.
What timeline did you put in? I think that just carried.
I put in, that's right. I'm typing here, but it's he's got that's why I'm like, why isn't it showing?
As long as it's a timeline that's reasonable and makes sense.
I put in above honor before April 1st, 2023.
Which is Saturday, but that's, yeah, okay.
April Fool's Day. Let's call it April 3rd. All right.
Okay. It's my horse's birthday, April 1st. Okay. It's getting late. I can feel it. Here it comes. All right. Any other questions, comments before we move forward? So we've had a motion. It's been seconded. We've had discussion. Roll call, please, Ms. Savada.
Absolutely. Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes. Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Tolleson, for your work on this. I know we put you in a little bit of a pickle doing that, so we appreciate it. Thanks to everyone that showed up tonight. We're going to move on. Our last piece of the agenda for this evening is leadership reports. So I will turn it over to, let me talk slower, Superintendent Dorland to start us off.
Hi, thank you so much, President Schooley. I want to start by just sharing with you all that I went to the Student Voice Conference today and got to spend over an hour with an amazing group of high school students. I'll tell you a little bit about what we talked about in a second, but it was just really wonderful. And I'd like to thank the team at the district who puts on those events. And I'd also like to thank several of our cabinet members who joined and really came and listened and talked to the students about the work of the district and their experience as Jeffco students. I also want to highlight that Rise Up Cafe is open. We had our official launch on March 1st, and with our transition students who've opened a coffee shop, as you know, in our Ed Center. It's just great opportunity for our employees here to get to see some of our students and get to know them and have a cup of coffee. My husband, Ben, came with me to the opening, and we also got to look around. I showed him the Equity Art Show that's up in the Ed Center, and so I encourage folks to come and check that out as well. It's really special and lots of amazing artwork for our students as we had a nice cup of coffee that was made by our transition students. It was lovely. I do want to address, I was going to talk a little bit about the Hazel Health rollout. And so we are using our ESSER funding to contract with Hazel Health to provide free mental and physical health services at home at this time to families who consent to their child receiving services. And I know that there does need to be a parent with the child during the service, not just consent on the front end, but then a parent also in person during the services that are being provided. Just to clarify, because we did have some public comment about charter schools and Hazel Health services and other programming, our charter schools do have the option to independently contract with Hazel using their proportionate share of ESSER funding. So the ESSER funding comes into the district, and then we share proportionately with our charter schools. They have received that funding, and then they have autonomy to decide how to use that funding for their community, their school. And we have negotiated into our contract with Hazel Health that our charter schools, if they decide to participate, would be able to contract with Hazel Health at the same rate that the district was able to negotiate with them for the services. So I know right now that our charter leaders are talking to, Tom McMillan is talking to our charter schools about their interest in participating in Hazel, and they do have that option. So we will make sure and take some steps to clarify with our charter families and leaders that they do have the option to participate. And I just wanted to address that because I was going to talk about Hazel anyway and celebrate that we have had the soft launch. It's moving forward. Families will have access to it in their home. So, and our charter families will as well if the charter school decides that that's something they want to access. And as I said, we'll get that clarified for them. I'm also excited to share that this week we launched initial conversations to begin a really important discussion around high school reimagined. And this is aligned to our priority within Jeffco Thrives of providing students an extraordinary secondary school experience. We were able to begin conversations with our secondary school leaders. Middle school, K-8, and high school leaders were here during our monthly executive leadership meeting. And Dr. Kim led that conversation with our high school and middle school leaders, and it was a really powerful meeting. We also were able to speak with our Jeffco business community at a breakfast event yesterday. And thank you to our Warren Tech culinary students who made a delicious breakfast for our business community. And thank you to our staff who joined for that. But it was a nice opportunity to share with our business community a formal invitation to a conversation around how we can really provide a reimagined high school experience that really does allow our students to explore career and prepare them for the world of work that they're going to enter. And then finally today at the high school student voice conference, I was able to start the conversation with our high school students. And we gave them about 15 minutes to talk at their table about how's your high school experience different from your parents'? How should it be even more different given the world of work that you're going to go into and the fast-paced change of technology in the world today? And what do you want different? What would you do more of? And they filled pages and pages and pages of chart paper within 15 minutes and didn't really want to stop the conversation. So we're looking forward to a lot of student voice being part of this conversation ongoing, but it was a really good start this week and I'm thrilled about it. I'm very appreciative to Dr. Kim for her vision around this work and the excitement from business, staff, students, and I know families once we begin the conversation with them is inspiring. So, thank you.
Wonderful. Is there a board member who would like to share a leadership report? Yep, Director Miller.
I just want to give a shout out to Read Across America last week. And I know there are a number of us that were walking the hallways and I was able to read at Sierra Elementary and Foster K-8 and I ran into Director Parker, which was fun on the hallway by. But it was just wonderful to be able to just spend time and read good books and have a good time and get to learn meet those children. I'm sure you all did some of that. So that was wonderful. And then attending yesterday at the Warren Tech conversation, I'm glad we are continuing to have it with Colorado Succeeds, America Succeeds, and the new, I can't remember the name of his organization, Van. Getting Smart. Starting to be able to think outside the boxes a little bit more intentionally. I know we've been working at it for a few years and it's just been good to be able to kind of put your arms around it a little bit more. So thank you for the effort that you all are doing. Thank you.
Hey, Director Reed.
So I had, first I want to also second the Read Across America. So much fun. Had a chance to read at Shelton and Vanderhoof, and those kids are so cute. I can't stand it. It was really fun. And the books are fun, and it's so wonderful to see kids be enthusiastic about books. I had a chance to go to my first Jeffco Foundation meeting and to sort of get a feel for where Courtney Jensen is headed with it. And it is definitely kind of having to go through a renewal process. But I feel like she's got a pretty good idea of how that needs to happen, and she's listening to voices from the community and from within the district. So I think that's going to be, I'm really excited to see where that goes and how she chooses to continue the work of that particular organization. I had the opportunity to take a tech tour with Jill Ibeck and see I had no idea what was on this floor until I went back behind the scenes, and and had a chance to really look at everything that we have back there, and then the duplication of it all at Quail Street, and really understanding what it takes to keep 69,000 kids online all the time, because we can't have that going down, and the security that goes into our systems and all of that. And so Jill Ibeck did tell me that I had permission to tell people that anyone who wants to take a tour can call her and have a chance to see the things that I saw. And I think the other thing that I wish that more people could see is just how many offices we have for people here in the Ed Center that I'm sure that they use sometimes, but how often they're not in those offices because they're in our schools. But they're included in our budget under administration. And I think people don't always understand that there are things in that budget that are for people who are never in this building. They are actually with our kids. And I think that that's a really important thing for people to know. And for the Equity Art Show, I'm going to the Jeffco Schools Foundation little presentation for it tomorrow night. So I am very excited to see how that goes. So that's it.
Very fun. Miss Ibeck may be fielding calls from very eager people wanting to take a tour.
She said. I took her at her word.
She said. Director Parker, Director Barta, either of you would like to share? Director Parker?
So I'm going to go in chronological order. I had to write it down. I did go to Stony Creek Elementary School. I went to one of their leadership meetings, which was wonderful. It was before school that day. And that school, I went around the table, asked them how long each one of them had been in the school. And it's like, first person says 25 years, and I'm thinking, wow. And they weren't the longest, you know. I mean, it was really amazing how much they love their school and how much they gel as a team there. So that was wonderful. I also went to my first CAC meeting, and that was exciting and interesting. I look forward to going to more of those. And I have been attending the DAC meetings, and I will say I told Ms. Copeland that even though some of the presentations I saw were ones that she'd given us before, it's like I could never see things enough times, you know, and it's finally like, oh, I can understand that slide now. I went to my first Financial Oversight Committee meeting too, which was great. We had the superintendent community conversation at Columbine, which was well attended and lots of fun. And I went to the Rise Up Cafe and also Read Across America. Was always exciting. And then today, the Student Voice Committee, just awesome. I did a tech tour with Ms. Ibeck, and it's come a long way for me because I worked at Hewlett Packard, and I like to say I was there at it was before the internet, so it was the dawning of the computer almost. So yes, it was great. But I also wanted to say, I've told some of you that I spent 13 hours yesterday at the legislature, the state legislature, because I'm very interested in gun safety bills, and they are in the midst of debating those. There is one bill that is going to be making changes to the red flag law, the extreme risk protection order, that is going to add people that can petition for them, and it will include teachers. So it is something that we want to have on our radar to know and train our teachers and let them understand the ramifications of it. So there's that.
Yeah. Director Barta?
Don't have as much, but this is the time when the area articulation areas come together for their band and choir, or band and orchestra concerts and choir. So primarily because I have kids and lots of these things, I've seen a lot of them, and it's really nice. This week that it's elementary, middle, and high school all together. So really, really nice to see that. And then they all play a song together at the end, and they Star Wars and one. It was just really great. So I've seen a bunch of those. I also went to school and volunteered, as a parent, and I used to do that all the time. And I haven't, mostly when COVID started, but then as a board member, I visit schools in different ways, and it just reminded me how much our schools need parents to come in and volunteer. And I was talking to someone today who's at Lincoln Academy, and he's like, I want to get all our parents in there. I want every parent to come in and volunteer. And so I just kind of want to encourage the vast listening audience that you're always referring to really just think about like, how can you get into school and volunteer and help and just be present, whether it's on these committees, but just going in and filling Friday folders or cutting shapes of things that you're going to hang on the wall. It's just good time with your kids, and the teachers need it. Our schools need it. So,
Yeah, it's awesome. I think it's great. So just to close this out, Read Across America Day was awesome, and thanks to all of the schools that invited board members and fire and police and other elected officials and parents. It was really, the kids were very excited. I will just say, and this is not, I love reading in general. I want to encourage people to read any book, but the one that I read about head lice, I'm just going to go on the record as saying, I don't want to read that book ever again. The kids thought it was hilarious. I was itchy afterward. I also had a chance to go, along with the band and orchestra performances that are going on, to cue folks up, because art shows are coming up besides the Equity and Art Show. Some of the high school and middle school and elementary art shows that will be at Red Rocks Community College, at Lakewood Heritage Center, their Cultural Center, and the Arvada Center coming up through April, which I cannot wait for. I also was able to go see a performance of Singing in the Rain at Wheat Ridge High School, and it's come a long way. Theater's come a long way since I was in high school. It was quite professional. I was very impressed with what they were able to do. And then lastly, just being able to help advocate in ways that are meaningful and appropriate around some of the impacts from phase 1 of our regional opportunities for thriving schools, in going to city council meetings and talking about safe routes to school and trying to create some of that, those connections, but also just make the needs really explicit around how we think about those new boundaries and walkability and safe ways for kids to get to school. So I'm sure we'll have lots more of those conversations as we move forward, but it was great to connect with city council members around that. So that brings us to the end of today's agenda. We stand adjourned. Our next meeting is April 12th at 3 p.m. here in the Ed Center. I wish you all a very happy, peaceful evening, and thank you for all your work. Bye.